defines the Saturn death cult as the accumulated historical legacies of those occult and criminal agendas and organizations that seek justification for their actions and existence based on a corrupted interpretation of Saturnian myth and lore. There have been, and still are, many such agendas and organizations. This ebook is, therefore, an introduction to an alternative natural history of the planet Saturn that may provide an explanation for the emergence of fearful rituals and agendas believed to be practiced and promoted by cult elites the world over. It makes an intuitive style attempt to link certain mythology-inspired sex murder blood rites to the rise of an international financial system dedicated to establishing a form of debt slavery as a means of maintaining select elites in their positions of power and control. This work also provides scenarios for a better understanding of some of the historical and mythic records, more intriguing events. It makes conclusions as to why we live in an increasingly violent and destructive world, and how this world is manipulated by the agenda of various Saturnian-based belief systems and the organizations that have grown up around such belief system. The views expressed in this work are largely influenced by two separate streams of thinking. One is the relatively young science of plasma cosmology, which provides an alternative understanding of planetary and space physics based on electrical principles. The other is the notion of a historical occult influence on the physical, spiritual, and financial development of humankind in its thinking. All I hope to do is possibly illustrate a connection between these two streams of thought by establishing a principle based on the radical reinterpretation of mythology as the witnessed record of natural historical events. As the author of this work, I am solely responsible for the views and theories put forward. I speak for no other person or organization and fully accept many will take exception to my interpretation of their own views and theories where they appear. Where other authors are cited, this should not be construed to imply their endorsement of any of the content found within. Acknowledgements. Saturn Death Cult only provides minimal reference notes to the ideas and theories put forward in its text. There are, however, important people, researchers, and organizations that have positively contributed to this work, even if they may not share in its conclusions or motivations. My thanks to the team at thunderbolts.org for providing a wonderful resource for everything electric universe and its subset known as Saturn theory. The late Eduardo Cardona, whose voluminous works investigating the scientific and cosmological evidence for Saturn theory never ceased to provide me with new profitable insights into this difficult subject. David Talbot, a pioneer and don of Saturn theory research. Get well soon, David. Your calm guidance and leadership is much to cherished. Wal Thornhill, whose insights into brown dwarf stars and electric universe physics are second to none. Don Scott, whose book The Electric Sky introduced me to the wonders of the electric universe model. Professor Scott has been a welcome voice of encouragement to me and developed some of cosmological hypotheses outlined in this work. The late Immanuel Velikovsky, whose seminal works Ages in Chaos and Worlds in Collision put me on the path that has directly led to the cosmology and some of the historical theories put down in this work. Dr. Joseph P. Farrell, whose research into alternative histories in the fields of international banking and finance, as well as the complex machinations of post-war Nazis, the transhumanist movement, ancient planetary conflicts, and the UFO phenomenon, all I can say is wow. Henrik Palmgren, whose invitation for me to appear on his excellent Red Ice radio show effectively launched public awareness of the Saturn Death Cult way back in 2012. Jay Widener, who has been a source of encouragement and inspiration. And finally, but not least, my partner in crime and co-author in Cosmos and Collision, indefatigable and generous Ted Holden, renegade and scourge of the alt research internet and the best sounding board I ever had. Yeah, Ted is good for that. Haha, that's cool. Go Ted. Saturn Death Cult Part 1. The story of the planet Saturn and the rise of the gods and history. The hidden link down through the ages between global cataclysms, sex, magic, blood rituals, and guns, oil, drugs, and slavery. An overview. This book postulates that the planet Saturn was once a free-floating brown dwarf star with Earth as one of its satellites. It claims that Earth was still a satellite of Saturn at a time when ancient peoples spoke and wrote of Saturn as Earth's original sun. This book is also a discussion of Saturn's cataclysmic capture by our current sun, possibly the most monumentous event in human history, before its subsequent banishment to the outer reaches of our current solar system. It is argued that these cosmic events have shaped world mythology, the many religions and beliefs that have been derived from the mythological records. This is the story of the planet Saturn and how it became a god, both the supreme creator being the world's deadly destroyer, how Saturn launched the ages of man as recorded in the mythological, esoteric, and occult traditions. In a modern world dominated by uniformitarian scientific theories of geological gradualism and the steady advance of biological evolution, this is a story that is difficult for the uninitiated to accept. But this story, in all its mythological madness and confusion, is the misunderstood basis for secretive mystery schools and warped theologies, for sex and blood-based rituals, alchemically driven sciences and arts, and for the origins of dark and perverted political philosophies. It is a story that is the driving force behind the continuing struggle between those who believe themselves to be the blood elites and those of the earth, humanity. It has become the unseen conflict between the love of money and the love of justice. It is a story that provides the driving motive for those who would commit conspiracies to suppress others, and yet the memory of this story lies hidden beneath our collective fears for the future. This story is both the record of the word and its opposition to the actions of the flesh. A story that endures from the beginning of the human experience and is both the origin of civilization and the destruction of civilizations. It is the story of the 4 ages of man, our hopes for a new golden age. The hope that somehow mankind will find a way to replicate the glories of an age when Saturn ruled supreme. This story of Saturn is the world's hidden history, the occult. What follows in this book is a simplified view of myth as history, and history as a form of mass ritual conducted over multiple generations down to the modern era. The thoughts, statements, and concepts put forth in this book should serve purely as an introduction to a set of radical and changing ideas upon which to launch one's own investigations. It is meant to be an intuitive rather than intellectual overview of the cosmological, mythological, and occult evidence for the existence of a cultural phenomenon this writer refers to as the Saturn Death Cult. That's Troy McLaughlin. The esoteric traditions generally talk of a cycle of 4, and sometimes 5 ages of man. Broadly speaking, these traditions split mankind's experiences into a golden age, a silver age, a bronze age, and an iron age. They are the accepted epochs in the ages of mankind according to ancient understanding. These different ages should not be confused with the modern scientific community's chronological demarcations of a Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age historical progression, but should be seen as referring to those ancient Greek and Roman writers who sought to explain human history in a context of ancient mythology. The ancient Grecian poet Hesiod spoke of 5 ages of man, in which he added the heroic age, between the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. Most, however, are content to follow the Roman poet Ovid's traditional 4 periods that are divided into gold, silver, bronze, and iron. According to these traditions, we are said to currently live in an Iron Age of industry and technology, a continuation of Ovid's Iron Age in which men demarcate nations with boundaries, have learned navigation and mining, are warlike, greedy, and impetuous, and truth, modesty, and loyalty are nowhere to be found. Before that, there was the Bronze Age of heroic mythology, and that was preceded by a Silver Age of priestly knowledge in which the seasons in agriculture were introduced to the world. A new world that had been born out of the chaos that ended that greatest of ages, the mythic paradise christened as the Golden Age, an age of perfection, justice, and peace, an age ruled by the mighty creator god Saturn. Today, however, humanity finds itself mired in the iron grip of a global dystopia, a dysfunctional world locked in an age of controlled resource scarcity and the slavery of unbreakable debt. We are ruled by an international finance system that is based on the crime of usury, the tyranny of debt-based money that is issued and controlled by a mercantile-minded elite whose roots go back centuries. However, there is a strain of belief within the occult world that mankind is destined to establish a new golden age, to make evolutionary leap forward in which a selected and elite portion of humanity will ascend to the mantle of the god Saturn and establish their own authority over the cosmos. Just as the golden age ended in death and destruction, so too will a new golden age be engineered to emerge through the annihilation of the unworthy and the purification of those who remain. The previous age, artist's interpretation of the four ages of man, according to the esoteric traditions, from left to right, the lost paradise of the Golden Age, the priestly Silver Age, the heroic Bronze Age, the modern debt-enslaved Industrial Iron Age. For millennia, certain hidden sects within the occult world of elitist Saturn worship have been attempting to achieve this new Golden Age through ritualistic and alchemically based transformations of the human species. Some of these occult practices have resulted in abominations and atrocities of the most hideous kind: child sacrifice, mass murder, war, and today it is the hope for the quasi-scientific and technologically induced evolutionary breakthrough in creating the perfect human that still drives them to commit such crimes. They seek the birth of the Star Child. But behind the occult push for human transformation is the worship of the mythological god Saturn and the desire to return to the Golden Age he ruled over. To understand why contacts on the big boy. The Purple Dawn of Mankind by Troy McLachlan. In the beginning, there was only darkness. Yet in that darkness there was already Raven. He was still small and weak, and his special powers had not fully developed. From an Eskimo creation myth, Raven being their version of the Saturn archetype. C.M. Wood, Heroes and Hunters, from North American Indian Mythology, New York, 1982, page 17. Before the Golden Age of Saturn, or Kronos, as he was known to the Greeks, a time in which mankind was said to have enjoyed a tranquil and plentiful existence, bathed in the flawless light of a perfect and timeless sun, there was a primordial dawn of eternal twilight. In the earliest legend, with which the recital, i.e. the Kojiki, opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness and chaos. This is the Kronos legend, in its 1,000 forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogonies. P. Wheeler, The Sacred Scriptures of the Japanese, New York, 1952, page 387, as quoted by Dordo Cardona, Godstar, 2006. Some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life. H. Osborne, South American Mythology, Mythology of the Americas, London, 1970, page 294, is quoted with emphasis by Eduardo Cardona, Godstar, 2006, page 278. Note in the second of the two above quotes the reference to an age of darkness before the existence of the sun. According to E.A.S. Butterworth, the sun of the ancients is not the natural sun of heaven, for it neither rises nor sets, but is, as it seems, ever in the zenith above the navel of the world. There are signs of an ambiguity between the pole star and the sun. Yet those words belie what mythology is inferring when it speaks of an age of darkness. We should not construe this age to be one that was black as night, but rather that the available light was subdued and hued with a distinctive color that would come to be associated with Saturn. Tecohuachtepantecutli, an alter ego for Quetzalcoatl, Aztec Saturn, who is credited as being the first light at creation, is the god of the dawn light that was created before the sun. The Roman poet Martinius Capella provides a clue as to what color this light was when he has the goddess Harmonia declaring that the rays from the god Jupiter renew the purple dawn for men, an obvious reference to a previous age before Jupiter's ascent in place of Saturn. The Hopi tribe of North America have songs that talk of a dark purple light of creation coming from the north, while the Chinese still refer to the celestial northern pole region as the purple pole. In all cases, and many others, the color purple is linked to Saturn, especially during a primordial time remembered in mythology as the dawn of creation. What this tells us is that there once was a distantly ancient age wrapped in a sea of dark celestial purple, a purplish light that radiated a dense and global warmth that seems to have emanated from a single dull orb, shining at a time well before the arrival of the sun. We see today this glowing disk appears to have been permanently stationed at the far north of the heavens, as the late researcher Eduardo Cardona surmised. The evidence of myth, which points to Saturn having once occupied a position above Earth's north polar regions, is voluminous. There is not a race on Earth that has not preserved at least one account which states as much. According to this evidence, Saturn occupied a central position in the north celestial regions. It rotated, and rotated widely, but other than that, it was immovable. Cardona, 78. It is this darkened and primordial sun, this dull and immovable orb, that would eventually become the god and planet known as Saturn. But before Saturn rose to his status as the great creator god of mythology, primordial man spoke of this time as the great dream time of our distant past, a time celebrated in the oral and written traditions of ancient peoples the world over. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly, it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales, the Popol Vuh, Mesoamerican creation story. According to this understanding, at that time, there was no bright yellow sun as we know it today, one that rises in the east and sets in the west. There was no way to calculate the passage of time, to tell day from night. No stars could be seen through the dense atmospheric purple haze that engulfed the heaven. There was no moon from which to tell the passing of time by its phases, or by which the Earth's ocean could be influenced by great tidal forces. Humanity lived in a perpetual state of dusky darkness, everything wrapped within a warm and bountiful purple hue that permeated all existence and in which the nocturnal thrived. Like a giant blind reddish purple eye looking onto the world from within a swirling heavenly purple chaos, primordial man would have seen Saturn as a single pale disk of light radiating its benign presence from a position locked at Earth's celestial north. It had always been there, a presence that was an integral yet silently ethereal part of the Earth's landscape and mankind's experience. For how long this state of affairs had lasted, it is impossible to tell. How life on Earth may have looked during the age known as the Purple Dawn, when Earth was in orbit around primordial Saturn circa 100,000 BC. Saturn can be seen in its primeval state as magenta-hued sub-brown dwarf star. Saturn's famous rings had not yet formed at this time. The murky existence of life on Earth as suggested, the earliest mythological narratives and portrayed in the previous would have belied the even and global warmth that allowed humans to walk unclothed and troubled by weather extremes. While a semi-nocturnal world seems at odds with modern concepts of what would be a healthy planetary environment, the supposed need for bright sunlight and a rotating calendar of seasons to support life is overstated. All that would be required for the sustaining of a habitable planet is precisely what the myth suggests primordial man enjoyed: an adequate amount of evenly radiated heat energy with a minimum red-blue light spectrum required for photosynthesis in predominantly psilocybin-based plants. Much in the same way that we observe coastal areas supporting submerged red algae under the filtering effects of the oceans, so too would the Earth's primordial environment under Saturn have enjoyed a radiating filtered heat in which red-hued vegetation would have flourished. A collection of pioneering alternative theorists have, in recent decades, sought to identify this dull primordial sun of mythology as having been a brown dwarf star, a fairly common celestial object that would have radiated energy in the red-blue, purple spectrum, rather than the red-green bright light of the sun we see today. Accordingly, when factoring ancient descriptions of the god Saturn in his primordial state, we can determine that if Saturn was indeed a brown dwarf star, then Saturn would have typically produced its own far-reaching heliosphere, or what electric universe proponents call a plasma sheath, a type of electrical bubble which would have extended out into space like a giant egg-like cocoon. The startling supposition is that an electric cocoon of this type would have embraced the Earth and all its inhabitants. The inside of this hypothesized plasma bubble would have acted like a dull mirror, a reflective field that would have uniformly bounced the star's warm radiation back onto all parts of the planet's surface to produce the even purplish primordial glow related to us by these ancient traditions. That's probably where we get light shows from. This reflected light and energy would have at both poles, while almost entirely negating meteorological effects like wind and rain. Weather features so common today under the current sun. To the ancients of the gold, silver, and bronze ages, this dull moon-like disk from the time of the purple dawn came to be identified as the sleeping form of the god Kronos, Greek, or Saturn, Latin. In other cultures, it would come to be known as Ra, Egyptian. Enlil, Mesopotamia, Tlaloc, Aztec, later transformation into Quetzalcoatl, and Shangdi, China. Though modern mythologists would later confuse many of these deities as being representations of our current yellow sun, an alternative interpretation of comparative mythology suggests they all share common identity traits with the Roman god Saturn, who was in turn identified directly with the planet Saturn. And that's the problem, is these interpretations later changed a lot of these gods. I've noticed that. Alchemical traditions have it that this planet Saturn was our original and best sun, the first sun, before the coming of the red-yellow star we call today the sun. Today, this very same pale disk, spoken of in the earliest creation epics of mythology and seen inhabiting Earth's celestial north, can be positively identified as being the actual planet Saturn, at a time when it was in its primordial state as a brown dwarf star. Yet today, the same planet which was said to have once ruled the heavens from up high in the north is now a distant spot of light seen at the outer reaches of our current solar system. But it is the eventful and often frightening journey that the primordial Saturn would take on its path to the outer reaches of the solar system that has become the historic basis for much of the world's mythology and mankind's memory of a once great golden age. It is the forgotten journey that Saturn took from being Earth's primordial sun to its current position as a distant ring gas giant that will help explain the influence of the god Saturn over the warped occult phenomenon central to this work, the Saturn death cult. Locating Earth's original geomagnetic North Pole. It is important to note that Earth's geomagnetic pole would have been in a completely different position at this time to where it is today. Hat tip to Ted Holden. With Earth's current geographic North Pole region having been originally pointed at its original brown dwarf sun, the planet's geomagnetic field would have necessarily still been orientated in line with its celestial north despite its phase-locked equatorial relationship with Saturn. However, this would have positioned a phase-locked Earth's geomagnetic North Pole in a very different position. The best contender for where primordial Earth's geomagnetic north could once have been is strongly suggested by two significant bulges in the Earth's crust. These two bulges happen to be on opposite sides of Earth to each other. The larger one is called the Pacific Bulge, and it is located on the North Pacific's ocean floor between Hawaii and Asia. The smaller bulge is located on the opposite side of the planet in the South Atlantic. If Earth's current northern polar region was once pointed at Saturn as it orbited in phase lock, then Earth's geomagnetic north might likely have been located where the Pacific Bulge is today. Being the bigger of the two opposing bulges, the Pacific Bulge is the best candidate for Earth's original point of geomagnetic north, the bulge having been a possible consequence of Earth's original and differently orientated geomagnetic gravitational forces. The same would have been true, to a lesser degree, in the creation of opposing Atlantic-African bulge. Currently, Earth also has significant bulges in the Arctic and Antarctic regions, where the current geomagnetic north and south poles are found. In the age of the dinosaurs, Earth's distant primordial phase-locked relationship with Saturn was most likely the environment experienced by the dinosaurs while they still walked the Earth. Most animals are nocturnal by nature. The permanent gloom of this time would have suited any nocturnal species, including dinosaurs. The heavy ultraviolet light shed by Saturn was the same beneficial ultraviolet light used today by reptilian pet owners to provide their pets with a basking spot in their enclosures. Reptiles in particular find this kind of ultraviolet light to their liking, as do most species of insects that see best in ultraviolet spectrum. Saturn's infrared spectrum would have also served most mammals well, the vast majority of which are nocturnal. While mammals internally produce their own vitamin C, pigs and humans are the salient exception. Under these postulated Saturnian light conditions, pigs and humans would have needed to eat sources of vitamin C in order to stay healthy. Previous image, Earth during the age of the dinosaurs. The primordial brown dwarf star Saturn sat stationary as Earth orbited Saturn in a phase lock. The future Arctic region was always pointed at Saturn. Geomagnetic North Pole was most likely situated where the present Pacific Bulge is located. A permanent purple twilight saturated the Earth, with Saturn's plasma bubble appearing like a vast heavenly chaotic ocean. The even purple-hued light shed by Saturn and its plasma bubble cast no shadows, and the air was gently still. No rain clouds formed on the Earth, but Saturn's water misted down onto Earth's surface in a dense, humid vapor. Saturn's ultraviolet light spectrum would have been highly beneficial for nocturnal reptilian species. Great. Reptilian species, huh? So now we find out that the purple dawn was most conducive for reptiles. I wonder if there's anything to that David Icke stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. Have you heard of the Emerald Tablets by Thoth? It just so happens a reptile was green. Apparently they were found in a Mayan temple in Mexico. He says in it that one day they will attack those who reside beneath us. How about that? The megafauna giants of the past. Earth's electrical relationship to its primordial brown dwarf star Saturn would have produced a variable and lesser gravity. According to the electric universe principles, this would have allowed for the development of gigantic proportions in many species, most now extinct due to Earth's heavier gravity. When the gigantic fossilized remains of dinosaurs were first discovered, It was assumed that creatures this large would have had to buoy their massive weights by spending their lives in marshes and swamps. But subsequent discoveries have conclusively proven that these monsters spent their lives on dry land. They became the impossible dinosaurs because nobody could work out how their physical structures would have supported their own bulk under current gravitational conditions. Much has been postulated in attempts to explain this challenge to the accepted modern-day physics model that calls for Earth's gravity to have been a constant throughout its existence. These explanations have been inconclusive in the opinion of this writer, mostly because they are usually an effort to fit the evidence of the fossil record with the gravitational environment we observe today. But the more obvious solution is that the dinosaurs, and even some more of the recent mammalian giants, must have thrived during a time when Earth's gravity was much weaker. Earth must have enjoyed a nocturnal purple-like glow and a lower level of gravity during its pre-human past. And this would have facilitated not only the development of larger animals and insects, but also much larger plants and trees. A thick, oxygen-rich atmosphere during its earliest existence would have complemented a lower gravity to allow for the flight of huge pteranodons and the giant insects that we know existed in the very distant past. The successful flight of such creatures with present gravity is doubtful, actually impossible. Golden Age. A time of bliss and plenty, the fabled Golden Age of mankind existed for the duration of Saturn's precarious life as Earth's polar sun, a position threatened by the unstable nature of the newly born planet Venus and the encroachment of the Sun and its own planetary satellites. While initial contact between the plasma sheaths of both the Saturnian system and the Sun had been catastrophic for life on Earth, it also brought about the impetus for the rise of civilization and the golden age of exploration. Time and measure could now be put to use in surveying a world which would give its bounty freely due to the continued radiating warmth of the flared Saturn. But that was not the end of the cataclysmic events stalking the Earth. What was known as the Golden Age would in fact be permeated with catastrophic episodes that would eventually lead up to one of the greatest cataclysmic events in human experience, the Great Deluge, under a new sun. In the time after Saturn experienced its first contact with the electrical influence of the Sun, the new-look Saturnian system spiraled away back into interstellar space. As noted before, the Sun now could be seen from Earth as a distant light rising in the east and setting in the west. Intense auroral activity created various permeations in a pillar-like Birkeland current that connected Earth to the northern heavenly abode of Saturn. You know, and I'm wondering if this is why we like light shows at rock concerts. Rock art, or petroglyphs, have captured these permeations in abundance and provide a useful view of the celestial sights witnessed by man during this golden age. It's a nice picture. The pinch effect on plasmas can lead to a shape that would have looked like a squatting man with arms held aloft in support of the heavens. See pictures below for image of plasma in a laboratory environment. Characteristic rendition of this auroral effect has been etched into rock faces the world over. Indeed, looks good. Yeah. Top left, recreation. of the basic squatter man pinch effect captured in plasma laboratory experiment. Top right, American petroglyphs with distinctive squatting man images. Middle right, Spanish squatter man. Bottom right, American starburst pattern. Bottom left, American squatter man under concentric circles. The emergence of totems in various cultures also reflects a legacy as represented of the Earth's Birkeland current. When I was a kid, I just loved totem poles. I was just attracted to them. The twisting, spiraling nature of Birkeland filaments reaching out into space would sometimes terminate in a fork-like effect. This is clearly represented in various rock art petroglyphs as depicted in the above right insert. However, Saturn's spiral journey through space meant that a return to the point of contact with the Sun's heliosphere was inevitable for Saturn and its southerly string of planets. How many times this process repeated itself is unclear, but sufficient to say that each time an approach was made, catastrophic events, deluge, global firestorms, and massive Earth changes could be expected to unfold in both the heavens and on Earth. The Golden Age polar configuration of the Saturn system. Though the ancients would not have perceived this as such, the Saturnian polar configuration now consisted of 4 planets from Earth's perspective. First in line from the northern top of the configuration was, of course, Saturn, itself now surrounded by frozen water rings and orbited by 9 small followers. It still glowed brilliantly after its energizing contact with the Sun's heliosphere. Next in line was the feminine Venus, the evening star, the bride of Saturn, a planet that would display wonderful streamers of light when electrically excited that were seen as 4 and 8-pointed starbursts radiating out from Saturn's center. Whether Venus was ejected by Saturn during the first flare-up or had always been there is not fully understood, but the chaos monster that had heralded her appearance was a direct result of Venus coming to life. After Venus came masculine Mars, red in color, and seemingly enveloped in the womb of Venus. Mars was the morning star, son of Saturn, and viewed as the archetype rebellious hero, unseen during the purple dawn. The massive electrical discharge between Saturn and Mars had obliterated Mars' atmosphere, turning this planet's surface red. These 3, Saturn, Venus, and Mars, formed the heavenly abode, an abode that could only be reached via the heavenly ladder that was the giant plasma Birkeland current that rose from Earth's North Pole, the axis mundi of legend. Earth, the last in this string of planets, was now the humble abode of mere mortals. Interplanetary warfare. It was during these times that the ancients witnessed the beginnings of discord between these godlike planets and began to fear destructive visitations by these celestial bodies. The planet Mars, the dark pupil in the all-seeing eye that was Saturn, made close approaches to Earth along the length of the visible yet translucent plasma current joining the string of planets. Looming large, it would bombard the Earth with its Martian rocks and thunderbolts before reascending up to its position under Venus, which would itself flare and stream light in awesome displays of cosmic lightning and beauty. Yet Wal Thornhill said that the polar configuration could only work if Mars oscillated between Saturn and the Earth. At least one full-on thunderbolt-laden battle was waged between Venus and Mars, during which Mars suffered a great scarring injury that we now see today on its surface as the huge chasm called Valles Marineris. The warrior god, the scarred face, had earned his battle honors. Yes, that might have been what it looked like. And that was the story of the Iliad, too, if I'm not mistaken. The giant scar of Valles Marineris on the face of Mars, the result of extreme interplanetary electrical arcing between a newborn Venus and Mars seen from Earth. These terrifying celestial battles have been etched onto the collective memories of mankind in their depictions of Mars as the scarred warrior hero and god of war. Such episodes were looked on with abject terror by Earth's inhabitants and probably accounted for various extinction events in the Earth's history, due to the destructive effects of these planetary fluctuations and close encounters. Also, and largely due to the day-night effect of the encroaching sun's equatorially orientated light source. Life on Earth under the Saturnian sun began to look different. Gone was the luxuriant reddish and purple hue of the planet's fauna, and the atmosphere now replaced by the more familiar green cast of Earth's forest and jungles, thanks to the different radiation frequencies caused by the flare-up. Deserts began to appear and the oceans started to rise. More and more distant stars could be seen at night, and the various constellations began to take shape. Saturn and the axis Mundi, at the height of the Golden Age, midday. Auroral activity at the base of the axis Mundi would have created the illusion of a mountain from which the ladder to heaven ascended. This would be known as the Mountain of the Gods to most cultures, and most famously as Mount Olympus to the Greeks. The slide towards catastrophe. Gravity during the Golden Age started to get heavier. Now that two suns shed their energies over the Earth, with the planet possible increasing in actual size, due to its increased energy, absorption being converted into mass, E equals mc squared. Massive fissures and cracks would have appeared on Earth as a result, with correspondingly dramatic increases in volcanic and earthquake activity. Eventually, Saturn and its family of planets were permanently captured by the Sun, with the result that the Sun began to make a closer yet stable and more regular passage across the sky from east to west. The Saturnian system's polar configuration continued to persist, with Saturn becoming ever dimmer during the day and starting to take on a sick, blotchy look at night. The legendary letter to heaven, that was the Birkeland current connection between Earth and Saturn, started to buckle and itself oscillate, giving the appearance of a decrepit figure now ruling the northern sky. Already weakened by the various episodes involving the oscillations of Mars and Venus along its length, it was now only a matter of time before the interplanetary plasma current snapped altogether and Earth would be severed forever from the Saturnian heavenly abode. The catalyst came in the form of the Great Deluge. Doomsday had arrived.
Walk into this room at your own risk, because it leads to the future. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. A case to be filed under M for mankind in the Twilight Zone.
Doomsday. A great cataclysm called the Deluge is said to have ended the bliss of the Golden Age. Saturn lost its position at Earth's celestial north, and Venus and Mars went on a cosmological rampage. During Saturn's initial flare-up, due to its first contact with the Sun's heliosphere, part of the ensuing chaos that enveloped Saturn had seen two filaments of discharged material escape into space, only to be captured by the Sun there for an unspecified time. They orbited their new star until such a time as when Saturn itself eventually became captured by the Sun. These filaments were primarily composed of Saturn's discharged particles of water, the remainder having been retained by Saturn to form that planet's distinctive ring. In what caused the end of the Golden Age, one of these frozen watery filaments collided with the Earth, As the Saturnian ring of planets was being captured by the sun, this precipitated a deluge of water from space. It lasted for weeks. These filaments were primarily composed of Saturn's discharged particles of water. Atlantis sank beneath the weight. The great continent of Mu perished. Earthquakes of unimaginable magnitude raked the Earth, while giant winds scoured its surface. The Axis Mundi, Earth's fabled ladder to heaven, was irreparably damaged by this collision, and a decidedly sick, blotchy, and dimming Saturn was clearly starting to drift apart from its former system of planets. Severed from their electrical chain-like links to their original sun, the planets Venus and Mars ran amok. Those on Earth watched horrified as Venus took on comet-like aspect, turning into a Medusa and threatening the Earth with massive interplanetary lightning displays as it swooped by on its way to finding its new orbit. The breakup of the Saturnian system, Venus was transformed from a beautiful evening star to evil Medusa with flowing serpent-like hair, an archetype of the rampaging planet Venus, celebrated in art down through the centuries. Earth is overwhelmed by the effects of Venus' erratic behavior, while Mars battles the violent Medusa-like Venus. A collage by Troy incorporating the works of Duval, Backlund, Martin, and Caravaggio. I wonder if those skulls of Peru are reptilians. Planetary chaos. Mars was no better and constantly threatened to erratically swing by Earth at close quarters while hurling stones and thunderbolts before it. Some of these Martian meteorites have been found as far afield as Antarctic. The subsequent series of battles in this free-for-all phase between Venus and Mars loomed large in the heaven and provided the inspiration for much of mythology's greatest stories. As if this were not enough, the slowly retreating Saturn, or at least its position in the sky over Earth, was now being stalked by another player in the grand cosmic drama, Jupiter. As Earth suffered under the onslaught of the deluge from heaven and the Axis Mundi all but disappeared, Saturn began a descent below the horizon. At this time, another bright star was seen to emerge in what had to have been Earth's southern skies. It too was seen to have rings, and due to the increased electrical activity in the region, also sported its own Birkeland current, which sent electrical arcing displays out into space around it, and gave the illusion to observers on Earth as if this new star were dangling by a rope. Called Zeus by the Greeks and Jupiter by the Romans, this previously hidden star seemed to briefly supplant the role of dying Saturn as the dominant force in the heaven. And this, or Zeus, was one of the Sun's planets. As it orbited into electrical contact with the Saturn system, it could be seen in Earth's southern skies, seemingly dangling on the end of its own Birkeland current. Mythology, Jupiter was the son of Saturn, who ended up murdering his father and replacing him. Nice. Where I come from, we love our fathers. Jupiter is said to have tried stealing the rings of Saturn, an obvious reference to Jupiter's mythological murder of his cosmic father. And they said the same thing of Saturn with Uranus, too. The Jupiter was a part of the Sun's original solar system and acted as a partner in a binary star system. It is one possible contention. However, they share a common barycenter, so I would think that Jupiter would be offspring of the Sun, or born in the same group with it. Their oxygen matches too. This system may have been as much disrupted by the arrival of Saturn as Saturn's system was devastated by contacts on the big boy, with Jupiter then positioned in orbit around the Sun as it is today. Though on a different radius, it can be speculated that it eventually joined the fray by gradually swinging in through Earth's southern skies while on its regular orbit and eventually appearing to come in from behind and below Saturn as seen from Earth. Another theory says that Jupiter and the other gas giants of Neptune and Uranus were always a part of the Saturnian system, but hidden from Earth on the other side of Saturn. Either way, mythology indicates that Jupiter seized Saturn's place and status in the heavens for a time, though Saturn eventually did make a sickly comeback as the reigning Lord of the Rings, as Earth righted itself after the Axis rocking events of the Great Deluge. However, The old god was dying, seemingly struck with leprosy, a result of increased atmospheric activity on the gaseous former star, and now sought permanent exile at the outer edges of the Sun solar system, where it remains to this day, a distant pinprick of light, somehow at odds with its reputation as one of mythology's greatest gods. With Saturn now drifting off into the outer distance, along with its 7 rings and 9 followers, a cataclysmically shocked Earth now found itself firmly in the grip of its new star, the Sun. The erratic and dangerous orbits of Mars and Venus continued to threaten the Earth, though, as they sought orbital and electrical balance with this new Sun. Whole new societies dedicated to tracking these violent entities rose up amongst the Earth's inhabitants, as the survivors and refugees from the Great Deluge fought to rebuild their shattered homeworld. The priesthoods were born, and with them, the world entered into the Silver Age. Oftentimes I wonder to myself, why does our society seem so upside down? Why is there such a conflict in every area of science? Why does this schism exist, not just in one place, but in all places? Why is the electric universe being ignored? Why is our history in such conflict? That's what's so hard to figure out, who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. I found this interesting read here about Saturn. I'm going to read it to you. Alright, sheriff in ancient Egypt was a lawgiver, and his badge was always a 6-pointed star, which is a symbol of Saturn. U.S. sheriffs in the Wild West, up to today, still wear the 6-pointed star. It is interesting that Saturn's symbol is the 6-pointed star. Well, now we know that it was also a 5-pointed and an 8-pointed star, so that was just one of its phases. Okay. Star. Saturn is the 6th planet from the Sun. Saturn Day is the 6th day of the week. Not really. Saturday is actually the 7th day of the week, Sunday being the 1st. People God, and the symbol of that God is the ring that is put on each other's fingers. Don't get me started with that. The ring of Saturn. You're wearing God's ring. And the yarmulke was the round ring that you wear on your head for Saturn, your god. Even in the Middle Ages, in the temples, Catholic monks would shave their heads in a round circle, and Hebrews, instead of doing that, would wear the yarmulke. But it all had to do with the round rings of Saturn. Jordan Maxwell, Matrix of Power. The ancient name of Saturn was, as mentioned, El. It is the reason why those that were chosen by El were called elites. Oh, elites, okay. In fact, the words elect, elder, elevated, Elohim, temple, circle, gospel, apostle, disciple, evangelist, etc., all derived from the cult of El. Angels are messengers of God. Angel or angel too, for like a builder. But God was El, which is why we have the name of the archangels bearing the El suffix. Raphael, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, Michael Sarion. astrotheology, and sidereal mythology. The plural term Elohim appears over 2,500 times in the Old Testament, but is falsely translated in most versions. This fact of plurality explains why, in Genesis, gods said, "Let us make man in our image." And I always wondered about that. As staged, plural. As stated, Elohim refers to both gods and goddesses, and its singular form, El, served as a prefix or suffix to the name gods, people, and places, whence Emmanuel, Gabriel, Bethel, even except Satan was one of the Elohim. But I heard that Satan, now I don't know if this is true, but I heard this, in the ancient times before Catholicism, he made him into something bad. His name was actually Satan, the tester. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but puts a little bit of a different light on it, doesn't it? The gods of the Elohim, angels, the messengers of God, when witches cast a spell, they put the hex on someone. It is the elites who run the world today, and it's religion. In Islamic tradition, the rock is where Muhammad ascended to heaven, accompanied by the angel Gabriel. Atlantean, too, is the dome of the rock was built in the 600 AD era and was won back by the Israelites on 6/7/67 after the Six-Day War. The dome's outer walls measure 60, 6 times 10 feet, and 36, 6 times 6 feet. The Knights Templar claimed the Dome of the Rock was the site of the Temple of Solomon. Now, I've heard Solomon means soul of man, salt of man, a couple of different things. I got that from Mr. Astrotheology, Nietzsche, and set up their Templum Domini adjacent to it during the 12th century. 12. Saturn is an important key to understanding the long heritage this conspiracy has back to antiquity. The city of Rome was originally known as Saturnia, or the city of Saturn. That is true. The Roman Catholic Church retains much of the Saturn worship in its ritual. Saturn also relates to Lucifer. They have that observatory that they named the Lucifer Observatory. I always wondered that. In various occult dictionaries, Saturn is associated with evil. Saturn was important to the religion of Mithra and also to the Druids, Fritz, Springmeyer, bloodlines of the Illuminati. Rome was known to the Romans as Saturnia, not Rome, and Saturn was one of their gods. Evil is both Saturn's color and Satan's color. I thought it was red. And he's in a red suit. The Black Holy Bible tells us Satan is 666. Satan is the sixth planet. Its symbol, the six-pointed star, it supposedly has a hexagon weather formation. Saturday is actually the seventh day, like I said, and they also used a 5-point and an 8-point star. So that's not entirely right. Is this all divine coincidence, or is our perception of Saturn...
No, I was wrong. The 5 and 8-point star are Venus.
Masonic magicians at NASA. And there's an answer that was really good to it. I conversed with Saturn on many occasions. Okay. Request the Bible rewritten. Well, who knows? I don't know.
It's crazy.
But I'm going to give you a response that was pretty good to all that. The word police, here it's different. Police, P-O-L-E-I-C-E. How about that? Police. Okay. Awesome. Interesting that humans are carbon-based life forms, and since the carbon atom has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons, our number is 666. Okay. Now this other person comes in, named Zaro41, and really kind of sets it straight. My dear, you do not know anything of Saturn. You talk about things. The equation Saturn equals Satan was created by the Catholic Church to destroy the cult of Saturn, which was very strong in Italy and throughout the Roman Empire. Saturnus means divine intellect. Nus, the sacred fire, of the state of being. Yuga was the golden age, and Saturnus was the god of being and time. Saturnus was the god of the golden age. The Latins spoken of the Saturna Regna, the reigns of Saturn, which were characterized precisely by the god as a symbol of royalty and wisdom. The treasure of Rome was under the temple of Saturn. The Catholic Church has converted Saturnalia into Christmas. Even in the 7th and 8th centuries, people honored the god of gold and being. The destruction of the cult of the god Saturnus was based on the equivalence of Saturn's equals Satan 666. Things are different from what history writes. The story is written by the winners, not the losers. I could write a book about the god Saturn. Well, that kind of changed it a little bit. I'm totally onto that. And then someone comes in and says this. The planet Saturn used to be extremely close to the Earth. Whether or not the Earth-Saturn system was as close to the Sun as present-day Earth is unknown. Viewing our solar system's past from the way it looks in present is chasing a dead end. It didn't always look this way. Saturn used to look much different and had no rings. It was in all likelihood a brown dwarf. Amen. The Earth's star, as the Far East still refers to it as Sol, Saturn, was a binary star system. Sol had planets of its own, and Earth was not. The Sun had planets of its own, and Earth was not one of them. Earth belonged to Saturn. Saturn appeared as an eye in the sky, the origin of the all-seeing eye. What happened? It got too close to the Sun. Tidal forces literally destroyed the planet. Venus was likely created from a Saturn ejection, as was the ice that make up its rings. It is possible that Saturn split into Jupiter and Saturn, or quite possibly one or both of the other gas giants. Yeah, that might be very possible, like Neptune. It's also possible that Jupiter's always orbited the Sun. Yes, indeed. They have the pretty much the same axial tilt, and they share a few other things as well, like oxygen. Jupiter and the Sun were the ancient solar system. Either way, the orbit of the Earth was changed. Tidal forces and debris set off volcanoes, wreaked havoc on the planet. Saturn, when visible, would have looked like a fiery winged disk during this destructive process. The raining ice particles would have flooded the planet. The influence of the Sun would have had a dramatic effect on all life. Eventually, things stabilized as they are today, with Saturn, our father, far from us. Mars, another Saturnian planet that had life, was placed in an orbit where life was unsustainable. How this would have looked to the intelligent creatures of Earth is likely the origin of many mythologies and religions. Well said. By the way, if Saturn was a brown dwarf, the Sun's light might, depending on their orbit, shine down at an angle giving the impression of an arc. This is why, in Egyptian mythology, the Sun rests on an arc or bull horns. Pretty good, pretty good. And this person's name was Anonymous. Should have left your name. That was an excellent answer. That is on the AtlanteanConspiracy.com. I don't know much about it. I just happened to catch that. And let's not forget the human chakra system, which resembles Saturn and its rings.
The interesting where they smoked hashashin were luscious grounds, beautiful, luxurious places with lots of grass and flowers and fruits, and virgins. So this business about the virgin and the reward was done there by Chassanim Sabbatian.
That's where they get their idea of heaven from.
Right.
Huh.
That's where that came from.
Interesting.
Yeah. But this is all in Spencer's Encyclopedia of the Occult. He himself, Spence, the author, was a Rosicrucian. That's another Sufi group. I don't want to go into the Rose Cross. So that's where that came from.
So you're saying that there are all these different organizations. One is the Sabbatian cult, which are Jews that were kicked out of Judaism. There's the Illuminati, which were not Jews. They were Gentiles who had their own little secret thing. You've got today's Skull and Bones Society that we heard about with Yale University and President Bush and many many famous politicians today.
Professor Anthony Sutton wrote about that in depth, too. He was the one that I just quoted earlier as being the author of Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution and Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. So Anthony Sutton has written about that. He has a separate book out on that. Now, I can tell you that in my 2 volumes, I start showing straight lines from the Illuminati and the Frankists, the Haskalah movement, the Jacobin Society, the Reform movement, and different years that initiatives had. The Illuminati were involved to destroy the Bible and biblical authority and to help promote biblical criticism in the university.
Policies and agendas and who's running things. So, Rabbi Antelman, what you're saying is that a lot of this started with a cult of people who thought that Shabtai Tzvi, who lived in the 16th century? Or the 17th century.
1626, 1676.
Okay, he claimed that he was the Messiah. In the end, he got so many followers that he was a threat to the kingdom, so the Sultan said either convert or die. He was jailed. He was put in prison. He chose to convert to Islam, lost a lot of followers, but there's still some hardcore members, and they took what he was teaching and they perverted it even more, and they decided that in order to bring the Messiah, we have to have everybody sin. So the world gets to such a low level, God has to come in.
Nothing in this world is evil. It is the intention behind that makes it so. Saturn is a planet, a powerful energy that has been utilized by the forces of darkness and of light. You can't just generalize it and say it's bad. That's good. And someone here mentions Plato's The Statesman. I'm going to have to read that because I've heard a lot about it lately. I just don't want to get political. I agree with Mark Twain. If it reaches more eyes, it will reach. Take care, and I'll see you on down the road.
Using the standard model of stars. So the solution, completely ad hoc. The object must have twice the surface area. It must be twins. Now, the electric universe says, I mean, that is just an amazing ad hoc solution. The spectra of red dwarfs are crowded with molecular absorption features that are not well understood. So it's hard to extract the physical properties of a given red dwarf from its spectrum. That is also interesting. But the fact that there are so many molecular absorption features indicates that all of the requirements for life exist within that glowing envelope. So, all stars are electric. All red stars are gigantic. Planets can orbit within their anode glow, and even astronomers acknowledge that. They have suggested that there could be satellites orbiting within the Betelgeuse glow. However, with their notion that the red giant is formed by an ultra-hot core, those planets would not be suitable for life. In the electric universe, it has a cool core. Objects orbiting within the red envelope are suitable for life. Now, one of the very interesting things is that there are no seasons on any satellites orbiting within that red sphere, because the energy received on anybody within that sphere is equal over the entire surface of that body. So that a planet orbiting within that red sphere has no seasons, even temperatures. In fact, I would say the brown dwarfs are the cosmic wombs of life in the universe. One of the interesting facts, of course, that would suddenly come out of this is that these red spheres are glowing plasma, and glowing plasma will not let radio waves pass through. So the search for extraterrestrial intelligence using radio waves is, in my opinion, a wasted effort, because anyone living on a satellite inside one of these glowing red wombs would not even be aware that there was a greater universe out there full of stars, let alone try and use radio, because any radio signals would not pierce that plasma. Just an interesting side issue here. So this is my view of Proto Saturn, and I've just put 2 satellites there, but there are obviously more. Titan, for instance, would have been one of the satellites. Earth and Mars. So there they are inside this glowing shell, and the evidence of the earliest recollections of mankind appears to be that the purple dawn of creation was the skylight. That was the colour of the sky, purple dawn. And that is precisely the colour you would expect in this circumstance, because you have the red end of the spectrum, and you also have a certain amount of the violet and ultraviolet light due to electrical activity in the plasma. So this fits with the, if you like, the earliest recollections of mankind, that was our environment. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their habitable zone. Remember I said that astronomers feel this is the place where life is most likely to be found. Now if you look at Jupiter, for instance, and consider that as a red dwarf, and its plasma sphere was lit up, Io has a 1.75-day orbit, Europa has a 3.5-day orbit, Ganymede 7 days, and Callisto 17 days. Any of the satellites that were released from Jupiter's grip would have a rotation rate which equaled their daily rotation rate, because they're locked always with the same face towards the central body. It suggests that the Earth and Mars had orbits which were about a day in length. This is the kind of information that you can get from this kind of model. The other thing is, you'll notice in this diagram, there is no Venus. So, we have a huge red anode glow, which was what we call Proto Saturn. We had a purple dawn of creation and no Venus. These are the important things to understand about Proto Saturn. Just recently, a map of a nearby red dwarf was produced using a Doppler imaging technique. It's one of a pair of red dwarfs near Alpha Centauri with a separation of 3 astronomical units. There's a bright near-polar region which can be clearly seen in the upper right panels, and a darker mid-latitude area visible in the lower left panels is consistent with large-scale cloud inhomogeneities. However, that's an assumption that what we're looking at is an atmosphere, but we're not looking at an atmosphere, we're looking at a plasma sheath. So this variation said in the electric universe model will be due to objects orbiting within that plasma sheath, either inside or outside that plasma sheath, because that would affect the discharge. The other thing is that this bright spot towards the pole is the same kind of thing that's found at Betelgeuse, the red giant, which indicates that that's the electrical connection with the Birkeland currents that drive these particular stars. If I'm right, the patterns here should be more repetitive than weather patterns and without banding like Jupiter, which is undetectable so far by this technique, but you never know what they can do tomorrow. Red dwarfs and giants change in radius, which is not the kind of thing that you would expect if this is a normal body. However, this change in radius is the star's response to changes in its electrical environment. It's quite natural. It's a plasma effect. They also tend to flicker in brightness. All of this is indicative of a star lacking the stabilising effect of the bright photosphere of bright stars. That's according to Don Scott's transistor model. That is a stabilising influence in all bright stars. Red stars don't have that luxury. Proto Saturn's capture. This is the interesting part of it. This took me decades to try and figure out, because the model of planets arranged with their poles in a line is unstable. There's no Newtonian theory to explain a daisy chain of planets. So it eventually dawned on me that what we had was a dynamic arrangement where Proto Saturn, which is in this diagram over here, that's Proto Saturn, and you can just see a few little brighter red dots behind it. They are the Earth and Mars and other satellites. That's meant to represent those satellites. The explanation came to me once I had realised that the stabilisation of the planetary orbits as we see them today. Why is the Newtonian system a clockwork system, or it appears to be a clockwork system, when you only have one force? Well, the answer is you cannot have a stable system with one force. There has to be a feedback mechanism. And as I explained the other day, you can change the mass of a planet or a star by either placing charge on it or taking charge away. And it occurred to me that a small star like Proto Saturn entering the environment of the Sun would suffer a drastic change in its electrical environment, with the result, actually, that Proto Saturn would have become one gigantic comet, because a body which is negatively charged with respect to its environment is a cometary body, and a body that's positively charged with respect to its environment is an anode in the discharge, and it is a star. So this was a change, a sudden change, once Proto Saturn approached the solar system at that time closely. At least it would have been most drastic once it entered the heliosphere, the boundary of the Sun's environment with interstellar space. So Saturn as a comet is removing electrons, and the result is that it is losing mass, it's accelerating towards the Sun. The bodies behind it, actually, sorry, I got that around the wrong way. The Proto Saturn itself is losing electrons, as comets do. They are being passed on to its satellites. The satellites are gaining in mass. Saturn is losing in mass. Conservation of energy says that Proto Saturn accelerates towards the Sun, and this is part of the electrical capture mechanism. The Earth and Mars and the other satellites gaining in mass will tend to fall behind and line up, rather like Comet Shoemaker Levy 9. The electrical discharge, the polar discharge, in my opinion then, is the central column of Saturn's cometary discharge. We were sitting in this cometary tail, right in the middle of it. And all of the plasma discharge effects that were witnessed by the ancients and chiselled into rock come from that period of capture. I've said as a cometary body, Proto Saturn loses electrons, it accelerates towards the Sun. All of this could explain all of the plasma phenomena, discharge phenomena, recounted by Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona. The latest measurements by Pitieva and Standish suggest the astronomical unit is increasing about 23 feet per century. That means that the Earth is actually, its orbit is shifting over time. But according to the beliefs of astronomers, the astronomical unit shouldn't change at all. The mechanism I'm describing for the modification of gravity provides a mechanism that can be tested, because the Earth's orbit expansion should be a discontinuous function with discrete jumps following major solar storms and at Venus's inferior conjunction, when we sit in the cometary tail of Venus. So there are various means of testing these ideas too, outrageous as they may seem.
the Silver Age and the rise of the bluebloods. The legacy of the Saturn death cult and its effect on mankind really begins with the priesthoods of the Silver Age and the rise of the nobility, the bluebloods. Central to the existence of the new Silver Age priesthoods was the belief that what had destroyed the Golden Age could happen again. Utilizing the new technology of writing, they set about recording the cataclysmic events as the Word to serve as a memory and a warning to future generations. These warnings formed the basis of secret societies within these priesthoods. Preparations were made to ensure survival should doomsday return. The advent of writing gave the priesthoods of the Silver Age the technology to keep alive the memories of the cataclysmic end to the Golden Age. As people began to forget how Saturn once ruled the heavens, the increasingly misunderstood records of the priesthoods would become the basis for the beliefs of mystery schools and secret societies down through the ages. The Second Age of Discovery. A second great age of voyage and discovery ensued, in which the refugees of the destroyed Golden Age civilizations determined to make a survey of their transformed world and cosmos and establish through their priesthoods the righteous and justice they perceived to be the legacy of that former age. Weights and measures and calendars were established and enshrined by law in a growing network of interlinked temples and monuments that span the globe. The Masonic mystery schools of the great civilization builders had arrived. Was Egypt's ancient civilization a legacy of refugees that had survived the great cataclysm and had brought the Golden Age to an end? Some esoteric traditions trace Egypt's past to Atlantis. Earth captures the moon. In keeping with the arrival of the Silver Age and its new sun, a new silvery marvel could now be seen in the heavens, Earth's moon. Captured by Earth and the distinctive chaos that was the Saturnian system's demise, was this white globe exhibited crescent-like phases under the sun's light that harkened back to the glory days of the Golden Age, when Saturn's rings would be illuminated as crescents surrounding the former deity. It's a matter of conjecture of when Earth captured the moon. Contrary to popular belief, the moon's heavenly cratered surface is actually proof of extreme electrical strike activity due to the crater's almost uniformly perfect circular shapes. Meteorites and asteroids create angular impact craters and rarely hit celestial bodies at perfect 90-degree angles. Electrical experiments do, however, show electrical lightning produced the same kind of cratering as seen on the moon. The moon's craters can therefore not be used to date the age of the moon based on meteorite impacts, a rare event in any case throughout human history. The new moon proved an excellent keeper of time, yet its arrival would only serve to diminish the memory of the original crescents of Saturn and confuse the knowledge. Preserved in the masses of crescent-like symbols established by the priesthoods, moon cults began to distort the original intent of these symbols. Reminded of that castle, the coral castle over there at Leedskellens. He's got crescents and Saturn in his little abode there. I'm wondering if that's what he's referring to with some of his hints. And old knowledge gradually gave way under the weight of the new and more confused fertility rituals. Ominously, the seeds for the more sinister sex and blood rituals that would begin to spread their influences in the ages to come can be traced to the foundation of these early moon cults. The moon's almost uniformly circular craters could not have been created by multiple meteorite impacts, which would have created a majority of angular impact craters. Electrical strikes are a better explanation. Temples, priest kings, and the rise of international commerce. With the establishment of weights and measures, an excitingly new yet dangerously insidious concept began to take hold within the temples of priesthoods: the advent of the universal language of international commerce. The driving factor in the increase of trade in the Silver Age was the newly derived notion of money. At this time, money was issued in the form of clay tablet receipts, against the production of goods by any given society or people. This clay tablet money was measured by and limited to the amount of goods that could be produced and stored in people's warehouse. The money was only as valuable as the amount of goods that were actually stored. This had been a central feature of the laws established by the priesthoods in ensuring equal weights and measures. However, discoveries in the mining of gold and silver quickly established a link between these metals and the idea of money. Due to the difficulty in counterfeiting these metals, it was realized that gold and silver could act as an alternative to clay tablets being used as money. This was especially useful when it came to trade between geographically separated peoples who could not verify other people's storehouses, but who would know that gold as an accepted store of value could not be faked. Unfortunately, this international element to trading quickly turned the new gold and silver money into commodities in their own right, as each society refused to accept the clay tablet receipts of other societies. Trade boomed, but at the cost of losing control over regulating the value of the fruits of your labor. That was now in the hands of the gold and silver producers. The laws established by the priesthoods as a way of ensuring just and equal weights and measures were thus cleverly subverted by the introduction of gold-backed money, which was now entirely in the hands of the gold and silver producers. As noted, under this system, the people who actually produced useful items like food and clothing lost any control they had over setting the value of their products. All they could do was price them in gold or silver, the mercantiles. Corrupt elements in the temples quickly saw the advantage in controlling gold and silver as a way of dictating the value for the fruits of everyday people's hard labor. With it came the transfer of immense power to highly positioned individuals within the increasingly corrupt priesthoods. As the Silver Age approached its zenith, certain priesthoods quickly consolidated their power via this new money system, until all wealth found itself being concentrated in the hands of shrinking minority. The temple became this system's center of operations, its central bank, and thus ultimately heralded the emergence of that most insidiously influential of historical characters, the priest kings. These priest kings were the original bluebloods. In reality, they were nothing more than mere merchant bankers with a monopoly over the arguably useless production of gold and silver. With the emergence of these temple-based banking parasites, the peoples of Earth began to experience a new and most sinister force, debt-based slavery. It was at about this time that some mothers started to notice that some of their children were going missing. Origins of the Tower of Babel. The new temple-inspired commerce system proved a pervasive influence from the far eastern realms of the ancient Middle Kingdom and the former heights of Pan and on through the rich lands of Vendaya. Newly established priest kings steadily accumulated wealth and power. In particular, certain elements of the Li clan of ancient China were to grasp this new concept of trade financing and expand upon it to establish unimaginable influence over the hemisphere. Egypt and Samaria and the surrounding nations particularly came under the sway of this global trade system. With it, the slave trade flourished due to the need to mine more and more of the yellow metal, particularly in the mines of ancient Egypt's fishery region. Soon, gold gained idol-like attributes, and its ability to sway the thoughts of men and the love of money steadily supplanted the Golden Age notion of living a just and righteous life. Unfortunately, not with all of us, though. The tragedy was that all the careful work by the early priesthoods in preserving the memory of a righteous and just Golden Age through a system of laws and accurate weights and measures was now being usurped by this new and easily manipulated system of commerce based on gold-backed money. The new system of commerce was the merchant banker's way of trying to build a man-made replacement for the lost heavenly ladder of the Axis Mundi that had served as the original symbol for the ascent to heavenly authority. Under this new system, merchant bankers hiding behind the authority of the temple would be elevated to a position of heavenly-like authority over all commercial activity. The old established concept of authority as being founded on righteousness and justice was now replaced with the merchant banker's debt-based slavery system. No other place exemplified this more than a place called Babel on the ancient plains of Shinar, a future location of the city of Babylon. There, the central banking temple and its merchant bankers saw their financial authority grow to towering proportions, giving rise to the legend of the Tower of Babel. Gustav Dor's Tower of Babel is the popular conception of the Babel legend. This portrays the story as a building project that was halted when the builders' languages were scrambled. Instead, the city of Babel was like the financial center known today as the City of London, and its tower was equivalent to the Bank of England. The scrambling of the languages finds its echo in today's financial collapse, with its myriad of incomprehensible and infraudulent financial products. Your clay tablets are no good here. By the order of High Templar of Babylon, idiot. One day at the gates of Babel. Poor guy. So-called Tower of Babel referred to the high authority of Central Temple which governed the financial system of the city of Babel. If you look closely at the biblical account of the Babel story, you will see that it was primarily a city that was being built on which was abandoned. Reference to a city in the Bible generally means a system or a way of doing things. Compare Jerusalem with New Jerusalem, and Babylon with Mystery Babylon. Man-made economic catastrophe replaces memory. Man-made economic catastrophe replaces memories of planetary upheavals. Of course, as the ensuing ages would show over and over again, a debt-based monetary system eventually implodes under its own debt-laden weight. And the higher you build its edifice, the mightier the crash. In an age fresh from multiple cosmic upheavals, the peoples of the earth found themselves experiencing something unique, a man-made global catastrophe in the form of systemic economic meltdown. In this way did the so-called Tower of Babel collapse, and the global economic chaos that followed forced whole nations and peoples to go back to their old diverse language of commerce and trade. A confusion of different weights and measures now reigned, unsupported by any universal and unifying financial system. The priest kings were overthrown, and in their place stepped up the men of great renown, the most famous being Nimrod, the mighty hunter. As is always the case, in the wake of an economic collapse, a time of tyrants follows. Nimrod, pictured left, the original tyrant. Note the Venus starburst he's wearing, like a modern wristwatch, except in this case, he knew Venus as Ishtar. Compare Ishtar symbol at right. Both images, Purple Dawn, from the Purple Dawn. However, deep within the ruins of the now discredited temples of the priest kings, dark secret societies sought to preserve the concept of debt-based slavery as part of their mystery teachings. These illuminated ones struck a bargain with the bluebloods, the deposed priest kings, and embarked on the centuries of secret ritual refinement of the old alchemical creed of universal dominance through the power of creating wealth out of nothing, the power to issue debt-based money. As the age of silver drew to a close, more children were noticed to be going missing. On the horizon hovered a menacing figure, a celestial red-painted warrior Mars, and with him came the age of heroes and further upheavals. With him came war and the Bronze Age of men. The Bronze Age. Man as God. With the passing of the Silver Age, a search began for the perfect alloy of God and man. What was once the domain of mighty planets would now be the mythic and heroic exploits of the Bronze Age of man. It would be a time when conflict and war would become man's highest expression. A now comparatively calm cosmos presided over the dawn of the Bronze Age man. For the first time, mankind could look up into the heavens and see a sky not unlike what we see today. Complacency regarding the movements of the planets started setting in, and man began to look within himself as a means of defining both the past and the future. The fear of doomsday shifted radically away from meticulous observation of the planets to a fear of bringing doomsday onto oneself via one's own actions. In this way did the world see the rise of demigods, powerful mythical men and women whose destinies were considered independent of the will of whatever gods had gone before. A golden age meant little in an age where men came to believe they could be a king by their own hand. The warrior king now ruled and assumed the mantle of the bluebloods, whose power had been declining after the events at Babel. The age of war was the highest expression of man, now held ascendancy with art and literature, embracing the theme of the individual's will to power as the essence of a new heroic age. However, Mars and Venus were going to have at least one last word on who really did determine the rise and fall of kings and kingdoms. Rivers would run red, locust storms would strip the land, frogs would breed like rabbits, the firstborn children would suffer statistically improbable rates of death. Worst of all, slaves would feel free to throw off their master's yoke, and an old idea of what constituted righteousness and justice would reemerge. Though a promising beginning for this new breed of blue bloods, the Bronze Age of man was not going to be a total picnic. Those warrior kings who would be their own and everybody else's masters. Mars and Venus continue to threaten the Earth. The first clue as to what awaited the inhabitants of the Bronze Epoch could have been deduced from the fate of a little-known city-state that enjoyed a certain specialized agricultural monopoly, courtesy of the rise of agriculture near the end of the preceding age of silver. Some plants had been found to exhibit desirable properties other than nourishment, though this would have been known at a local level for millennia. It wasn't until the advent of concentrated farming that the commercial potential of these certain plants could be realized. Chief amongst these was the now infamous poppy plant, a flower capable of transporting those who indulged in its juices into blissful, myopic trances, free of all lingering doomsday anxieties. In the city-state that enjoyed a monopoly in the cultivation and distribution of this highly addictive drug, Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah was, in its day, the Afghan opium fields, the Golden Triangle, and the British East India Company rolled into one. Its product was known as the grapes of Gomorrah, to others as wormwood, and a certain Jesus Christ would himself one day be offered its numbing comfort as he hung dying in agony on a Roman cross. Forget the stories of its sexual depravities and deviant proclivities. This town was an efficient drug-dealing operation, second only to the CIA, which was around back then. No, it wasn't. I'm assuming he means today. Why, whatever do you mean? And its market at the beginning of an increasingly immoral age of bronze was only getting bigger. I mean, even back then they were doing it. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Quite naturally, Sodom and Gomorrah's opium trade had proved remarkably recession-proof in the aftermath of the Tower of Babel economic debacle. People always got to get high. Under such circumstances, people just want to forget, kick back, and get out of it. Opium has an excellent capacity to help you do just that, and its addictive properties ensured a ready supply of willing debitors to the temple-based merchant bankers who had survived the fallout from Babel. Due to its burgeoning wealth and influence as a result of the trade of opium, Sodom and Gomorrah proved a robust economic model, perfectly capable of stepping into Babel's shoes. It quickly became a magnet for drug traffickers and moneylenders all over. One such trader and his friend, however, would soon find themselves unwilling witnesses to a new onslaught of interplanetary skirmishes, with dire consequences for the now flourishing Sodom and Gomorrah economy, and what would be the beginnings of a series of terrifying reminders of what still was the most potent force in determining the future of mankind. Sodom and Gomorrah suddenly ceased to exist. In one night, the drug-dealing capital of the Old Testament world was completely obliterated. In a way that would haunt kings and paupers alike, and scar forevermore the psyches of those who would do naughty things in public toilets. What? The trader and his friend mooching about their business in and around Sodom and Gomorrah were a certain Lot and Abram. Lot got out just in time thanks to a warning from Abram, who seemed to have had prior knowledge of what was coming down on the city. On the way out, Lot's wife unwisely took a look back at the rain of carnage annihilating the city, and reportedly, as the expression goes, froze into a pillar of salt in sheer terror of the sight. A massive interplanetary arching bolt of plasma, vaporizing the Earth at its white-hot point of contact, will do that to you. A John Martin painting captures the carnage inflicted on Sodom and Gomorrah. That really happened? I always thought that was just a story. Or maybe it was the spectacle of an out-of-control Mars or Venus unexpectedly looming large in the night sky, while indiscriminately pouring giant electrical flames onto the Earth that did it. In any case, Earth had just been given another reminder that Venus or Mars, I'm not sure which one, for this particular event, still had the capacity to turn up at inconvenient times. The upshot was that Sodom and Gomorrah was gone, and warrior kings the world over now had a whole new set of problems to deal with, least of which was the various people under their control were demanding that they do something about it. But what to do? Enter our friends, the Priest Kings, the original bluebloods. They had an interesting solution for these warrior king upstarts. A set of sexy rituals designed to placate the angry gods that would consolidate power over the people, except that they weren't sexy at all, because since the end of the Silver Age, these rituals had degenerated into truly frightening ceremonial gang rapes, complete with the sexual debauching of children and babies, followed by their actual agonizing murder. Oh God, that's terrible. It's just wicked and horrible. The Saturn death cult begins. They called it kind of a sex magic within the hidden secret societies and mystery schools from previous age. The mythologies and legends recorded the actual planetary events of the Golden Age had been distorted into literal humanistic dramas. These dramas were then to be physically reenacted out as ritual by those inspiring to own the legacy of Saturn's power and authority as creator. Under this scenario, you could pick out any number of warped sexual patterns within mythology and turn it into perverted sexual satisfaction masked as ceremony. Old man Saturn takes young Venus as a bride in the myths. So on Earth, the king takes a child priestess of Aphrodite and has sex with her. Is the warrior god born of Venus, who rebels against Saturn and ultimately ascends to heaven to have sex with his mother. Ugh. So warrior kings
Been getting any?
Only your sister.
Well, better my sister than my mom, though my mom's not bad.
The warrior kings find themselves doing the same thing in defiance of their fathers. Check out King David's son, Absalom, in the Bible. That's just disgusting. Saturn, under his Greek identity as the god Kronos, devours his own children. So human kings have reportedly done the same with human children. Possibly even their own, as the occasion demands. See the suspected antics of one Caligula. That's so disgusting. It's hard to read, really. Jupiter Zeus determines to take Saturn Kronos' crown by gutting him to release his previously devoured sisters and brothers from Saturn's bowels. Zeus then promptly marries his sister Hera. Naturally, earthly kings follow suit and end up marrying and having sex with their sisters. Moronic inbreed errors ensue, and today we can see the legacy of this policy within our various political elites. Well, I don't know about it. Maybe calling them elite, maybe sick and demented is more like it. Rubens' depiction of Saturn devouring his own children. Some human kings have been accused of trying to emulate this act, though no real public evidence of this exists. Man, I don't know how that ever got started. And so on. Ritual sex act after ritual sex act. Blood sacrifice after blood sacrifice. Ritualistic act of cannibalism after ritualistic act of cannibalism. The Silver Age's need to record actual cosmic events as mythic records to ensure doomsday lessons would not be forgotten was eroded into what became a sex ritual control mechanism. This mechanism could be seen as the first applications of shadow government-sponsored mind control programs. They were designed to reduce once proud warrior kings to the role of sex puppets in an insane attempt to imbue a supposed elite class of people with the authority of Saturn as cosmic lord and creator. Power politics on Earth had taken a nasty turn, even as the planets Mars and Venus continued to menace the population's existence. Leave it up to humans to see it as demented as possible. It's almost impossible to contemplate what these blue bloods were thinking of their belief that disgusted and perverted rituals could alter the physical courses of physical planetary bodies. However, it seems this toxic nonsense was now a worldwide phenomenon. Human sacrifice goes global. In the New World, the elites of the Amerindian nations practiced horrific variations on these same
We are
themes
hideous
from the
creatures.
great stone pyramids and temples
Not
still
all of
standing
us.
there today. Lesser American tribes, complete with their totem representations of the Axis Mundi as backdrops, did the same thing with lesser resources at their disposal. The result was a still very unpleasant experience for their unfortunate victims. These peoples routinely practice ritualized cannibalism as part of their royal and military etiquette, even up to within recent memory. The Phoenicians were notorious for their child sacrifices, revolting even the hard-bitten Romans by their practices. Even Israelite kings in the Bible repeatedly threw their firstborn into fires in self-serving ritual acts of sacrifice. Why didn't they sacrifice themselves? European pagans indulged in macabre human sacrifices of war prisoners and possible acts of cannibalism to mark cosmic events, while certain African tribes refined painful mutilation ceremonies involving child deaths. Enter the Hebrews. For a more in-depth analysis of the ancient Hebrew experience, see the book Saturn Death Cult. Well, yeah, that's where we're at. However, there was one class of people that didn't necessarily see the raids of Mars and Venus as the acts of gods, but, and here is the subtle difference, they rather viewed such cosmic events as righteous manifestations of the one true God's anger and justice. On its next flyby, Venus was to give these people the impetus to break free from a state of national slavery and establish a nation under a one true God. The exodus of Israel out of Egypt would be marked by yet more cataclysmic events, resulting in multiple falls of once powerful warrior kings in a number of nations. Most prominently, that of Egypt, the kingdom born out of the arrival of refugees escaping the cataclysm that had sunk Atlantis at the end of the now distant Golden Age. The story of the Israelite exodus out of Egyptian slavery is replete with references to what can only be described as the effects of yet more cosmic interactions between planetary bodies. It's been postulated that the famous 10 plagues of Exodus and the parting of the Red Sea were the physical gravitational effects of a close pass by Venus on its violent and erratic path to its present-day orbit. As far as the Israelites were concerned, the highly convenient approach of Venus was a result of divine timing on the part of their deity. They made no reference to the planet in their writings, only to the power of their God. Whatever one's take on the causes of the Exodus, the Israelite interpretation of events marked full-blown revolution in the way people perceived cosmic upheavals as an expression of God or gods. Instead of attributing the actual bodies involved with godlike status, the Israelite way of thinking was to identify the cosmic upheavals as evidence of a one true God's power. Under this interpretation, planet Saturn was not the actual creator, but the tool of the one true, yet still hidden creator. And so too were the subsequent actions of all the other planets involved in the great cosmic dramas since the Golden Age. The next leap forward in an Israelite train of logic was to conclude that the actual physical events in the cosmic upheavals of the Golden Age, as well as those in their own age, were actually nothing less than the one true Creator's first actual communication or message to mankind. According to this train of thought, the physical effects of interplanetary upheavals were of no divine consequence, unless one could discern and understand the intrinsic message being communicated by such events. Cosmic upheaval and interplanetary disturbances were now viewed as the divinely communicated word of the Creator, or the Logos of the Creator. The conclusion was simple and very monotheistic. Work out the message behind a series of essentially natural events, and you were effectively understanding and communicating with the Creator. You would subsequently be able to understand the Creator's motives and the Creator's objectives. Under this methodology, a careful observer of the consequences of the Creator's actions in nature could then proceed with the sure authority that they were acting in the best interests of the Creator's plan for the future of His creation. In essence, what the Israelites represented was a rediscovery of what the priesthoods at the beginning of the Silver Age tried to institute through the careful recording as mythology of the cosmic events witnessed during the Golden Age. stated again through the construct of mythology. They had hoped to impress upon future generations an overall message with warnings on how to avoid another doomsday scenario. Ritual is validation of the elite. The warrior kings and the elites immersed in the performance of rituals, this concept of direct communication with the divine by simple observation and understanding of natural events was simply intolerable. They were the aristocracy of purpose, and their purpose in life was to perform rituals on behalf of humanity. Only through carefully staged reenactments by chosen human representatives playing out the actions attributed to the gods could the path to true enlightenment and the comprehension of any hidden message be attained. The grander the ritual, the loftier the temple, the more likely you were to experience its hidden message. The expense of this alone meant your average Joseph didn't have a hope in hell of staging a decent ascent to enlightenment. And that's just the way the elite liked it. Enlightenment was not something to be taken lightly, and it certainly shouldn't be available to the great unwashed. You simply could not have a whole nation of people thinking that they were able to make individual judgments based on the simple observation of events or the study of written reports on such events. That would mean everyone would have the potential to understand the motives and plans of the Supreme Creator. Who would be special and elite then? No. Slamming on with ever more complicated and outlandish rituals was the only way to seriously maintain the true path to Golden Age type enlightenment, and the best way to do this was to ensure that every nation adopted the warrior king model of elite government. For and by the elite, guy in charge was the only acceptable order of nature in the minds of those elites who were, funny enough, the guys in charge. And that's where Israel found itself going wrong. Genocidal campaigns of conquest aside, which is another story. Israel rejects its gods, chooses a warrior king. Israel became corrupted. They took their eye off the ball and looked around to see if there was anything more exciting than the dreary headache of studying the Word. Maybe there was a sexier way of gaining an understanding of the mind of God. Bored with trying to understand God's message within creation, Israel decided it wanted a warrior king of its own to do the understanding for them. It got one, and within about 7 generations, they were ritually sacrificing their firstborn onto the fires of a pathetic bull god named Moloch, the Canaanite Saturn. Under warrior kings, it doesn't take long before people are doing this kind of thing, feeding babies to Moloch. Damn, that's inhumane. 1907 photo of the infamous Bohemian Grove staged a performance of The Cremation of Care, a play well performed at this elitist club to this day. Some believe the play represents a modern-day reenactment of Moloch worship, though there is no evidence that actual children have been sacrificed as part of the fun. Yeah, we got work to do if we want to save ourselves. Meanwhile, they're feasting on us. Do you ever get the feeling that the trap's slowly closing? Hey, I don't know if it's true. I hope it's not true. I'm just reading the book, but I'd rather know this if it was true than not know it. Babylon and the Love of Money. Babylon and the Love of Money. The Saturn death cult would first come to public preeminence in ancient Babylon. There, it would learn one vital lesson in the pursuit of true power: control the issue of money. The link between drugs and war. During the early part of the Bronze Age of man, a less than heroic pursuit dominated the development of trade in the ancient world. The insidious trade in opium had regained its footing in the Anatolia region, where a bunch of warrior kings were acting like modern-day drug cartel, warring over who should control the lucrative trade routes between Asia and the Western Kingdom. The most powerful cartel was the Troy cartel. That would be Troy the city and not Troy McLaughlin. But it was being seriously challenged by the upstart Agamemnon cartel. The battle lines were drawn, and the ensuing narco war engulfed the region for the next 10 years. The war only came to an end as a result of another planetary intervention, probably the same one that had allowed the Israelites to get out from under the Egyptians. However, the key development coming out of this conflict were the sudden advancements being made in weapons manufacture. New technologies allowed for greater kill ratio, and certain illuminated ones quickly realized the value in promoting an arms trafficking industry as a means to ensuring ever higher body counts for their ongoing blood sacrifice ritual. The penny had dropped. War as an expression of blood sacrifice was the new trend. An industry started to grow around the concept, with the development of military technology being a feature in the West, while a concentration on the art of war through strategy characterized the Eastern approach. Both resulted in the same thing. People got killed and blood flowed. For the bluebloods and illuminated ones of the various occult secret societies and mystery schools, everything was now as it should be. The warrior kings were happy. The lawyers and scribes charged with institutionalizing the various rituals were happy. The lawyers, the growing merchant class that was making a comeback after the Babel meltdown, which they always do. The slaves were worked and the people were taxed, and the victims of the seemingly endless rituals.
Sustaining this happy state of affairs, they were neither happy or unhappy. They were dead. One-on-one duels like the one pictured here between Achilles and Hector became passé as far as adherents to the Saturn death cult were concerned. The Saturn death cult and monetary control. Roughly 600 years after the cosmic events at Sodom and Gomorrah, the Exodus, even the sporadic marauding runs by the planets Mars and Venus, seemed to have come to an end, and all seemed well. But something was missing in the greater scheme of things. As far as the illuminated ones were concerned, they were still hankering for a return to the debt-based slavery system of Babel as the core economic model for mankind. A tweaking of strategy had to be carefully considered if they were to have total control over the affairs of man. While war had already been a source of blood-soaked satisfaction for the elite's ritualistic needs, it was an actual promotion of increasingly more contrived and barbaric wars that certain illuminated ones found an answer to killing two birds with one stone. Pun intended. Since the time of the Trojan narco conflict, it had been recognized that the casualties of war could be exploited for ritualistic satisfaction. But to date, capitalizing on these deaths had only been opportunistic at best. The key to a consistent supply of guaranteed bloodshed was to be found in the notion of warfare being an ongoing manufactured to order enterprise. And that would require money. That's what I'm thinking. They're just needlessly wasting human lives. As a result, and galvanized into action by promises of expanding material wealth and power, a rash of warrior kings made their first manipulated yet bloody steps towards the concept of empire, carefully selecting dates in accordance with now well-established blood rituals were chosen for them to initiate multiple wars of conquest. Yeah, they do pay attention to the dates and the time and all that. I knew that already. I didn't know they would really be like that, though. I don't know why. I guess I want to believe in the man's better nature.
Fighting each other. They've been fighting each other for a long time. They call it the Yankees versus the Cowboys. Just thought I'd throw that in.
While their warrior king puppets sank ever deeper into financial debt.
Yes, another soul.
Yeah. The equation was simple. War needs money, and borrowed money to pay for war debts equals debt. Debt equals slavery. If a kingdom could be manipulated into accepting debt, then that would make it a kingdom of slaves. Power to enslave whole kingdoms was in being the one who was owed that debt. However, this was only guaranteed if you controlled the issuance of the money borrowed by the warrior kings in the first place. In the Near East, at a place called the Plains of Dura, some highly positioned and privileged illuminated ones got busy. Babylon, the financial center of the ancient world. This image, by an unknown artist, shows the 2 real estate projects most associated with Babylon, its hanging gardens and the infamous Tower of Babel. The financial rise of Babylon. The warrior king of a growing city-state called Babylon had recently enjoyed a series of spectacular conquests. Babylon was now an empire, and its own cadre of mystery schools and secret societies held great public influence and renown. Through their overt ritual-based control of the warrior king Nebuchadnezzar, these illuminated ones conspired to erect a golden image that would dominate the plains of Dura. Essentially, this was the world's first financial gold standard, and Dura was Babylon's answer to the modern Federal Reserve System of the United States. Anybody not adhering to this gold standard in matters of trade and commerce within Babylon was to be ruthlessly exterminated by a fiery death.
Yes.
The temples once again started to issue money as a debt on their own behalf against this new gold standard. These same temples, controlled by the illuminated ones, quickly became rich. The great public ceremony celebrating the success of the new financial system was only marred by a mysterious upsurge in the disappearance of Babylonian children. The almost forgotten Israelites, their own warrior king experiment such a dismal failure that they were now captives of the Babylonian Empire, had a serious problem with this golden image. See the Bible's book of Daniel, chapter 3. Their understanding of commerce and trade denounced the issue of money as a debt as being nothing more than criminal usury, an abominable practice, according to their own priesthood, who had somehow survived the deprivations of their own warrior kings and corrupt secret societies. These Israelite priests organized a financial boycott of the new financial system, and the Babylonian gold standard started to fall apart. Illuminated ones of the Babylonian mystery schools never forgave the Israelites for their stubborn refusal to bend to the dictates of Babylon's gold standard. Is this true? To be thwarted at the time by the more pressing needs of dealing with the arrival of deadly Persian warrior kings, and later rampant Greek demigod by the name of Alexander. Fall of Babylon. The Saturn death cult goes underground. Babylon fell quickly, its great gold standard experiment nipped in the bud. In one night, Babylon ceased to be its own master, and its own illuminated ones joined their Israelite nemesis as fellow captives in their own city, their golden image now laying in ruins. The remnants of Babylon's secret societies and mystery schools melted away into the desert night to be reborn as Mystery Babylon. Banished, predictable. Here, the biblical prophet Daniel, one of the main Hebrew adversaries to the establishment of a financial Babylon gold standard.
Except those needed for internal order and a new United Nations peace force. And it
I'm going to come out and say hello and see what you guys have to say, and then we'll get back into it. This is going to complete Saturn Death Cult. That's all I have. That's all he gives for free. And we're going to go into one of my favorite chapters from Earth and Upheaval, and one of my favorite chapters from Solaria Binaria, and then we'll sign off. I'll be out in a bit. All right, I'll figure it out after I check in with you. It's been a while. Let's see, how long we've been on? 2.5 hours. And I haven't said hi. Howdy, Deccan. Deccan Blackblade! I can't help it, I have to do that. And Synchronius.
Synchronius.
My man, Synchronius. Brandy, she's a cutie too. Memsical Renegade. I love that name. Let's go. You want to get right into it, huh? Does anybody have anything to say or ask or comment? Or we got, who else do we got in here? Lots of blue. I see lots of blue. Jared. All right, Jared. Man, it's good to see you. Jared is a stalwart. I love you. Not a 25. Good to meet you. What is this? I hate this thing. Come and see girls. Woohoo! Yee. Oh, it's just so great. Well, how did they get in? Thank you, whoever kicked them out. And that looks like it's about it. Deccan. All right, Deccan. I got you already. Alice. Hello, Alice. And you'll probably never watch again, but in case you do, I noticed you. Marmalization. Good to see you, Marmy. Marmy! You have been around for quite a while, haven't you? This Marmy here. You know, everybody's going to be blue. You know, like I like to spread the love on comments. Not enough in the world, you know. 68 people watching. Wow, I better get back to work. All right, I'll see everybody. We're on the other side. We're going to see something. I got a little bit of Purple Dawn and stuff like that. And then Velikovsky and this first one was written by Ted Holden. There is no doubting the antiquity of life on Earth as a whole. We can trace back the lineages of a huge range of species back through the fossil record to periods vastly predating the arrival of human beings. But at the same time, in the relatively recent past, the species called Homo sapiens appeared on this planet. But while evolutionists persist in the greater joke of tracing human lineage down through a disconnected and convoluted chain of hominid species to a common simian ancestor, what can be established is that full Homo sapiens, modern man, made his earliest mark with the arrival of a people once referred to as Cro-Magnons. The world initially inhabited by this Cro-Magnon people was the world of the Purple Dawn era. As discussed in the previous episode, an age of darkness spoken of in the myth and oral traditions of the most ancient peoples on Earth. As already discussed, it was a dark world imbued with only one season, one climate, and absolutely no reference for Cro-Magnons to mark the passage of time. It was also a time when a large chunk of the Cro-Magnons' world was covered by an eternal shadow, a great thick dusty aurora covering that pronounced a ribbon-like sheet of ice circumnavigating the Earth's Arctic Circle. It was a time science calls the Pleistocene Ice Age. The extent of the Pleistocene Ice Age is represented by the larger gray overlay in the photo. It clearly shows the Arctic region ice-free, as would have been the case had a sub-brown dwarf star existed for a period of time above Earth's North Pole. The smaller green-colored overlay indicates the general coverage of today's aurora bands. Saturn approached the Sun with Earth in its tow. The Saturnian system of planets would have electrically sensed the more positive charge of the Sun's heliosphere, as the electrically alive plasma sheaths of both systems drifted toward each other. The net result would be a surge of enhanced electrical activity throughout the Saturnian system. Its most notable effect on Earth being the emergence of great auroras appearing around the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions. Auroras are a recognized form of plasma, and plasma is known for its ability to attract large concentrations of dust and other particles into cloud-like formations. Due to the close proximity of Earth to Saturn, this aurora would have been highly enhanced compared to the auroras we see today. Enhanced enough to have attracted into a vast ribbon of cloud much of the dust in the Earth's atmosphere at the time. This auroral ribbon of semi-permanent cloud would have corresponded very well to the known areas of glaciations that occurred during the Pleistocene Ice Age. The cooling effect of a dust-heavy aurora ring caused by enhanced electrical activity between Saturn and Earth, as Saturn starts to electrically sense the more powerful Sun before its capture. This produced the glacial ice sheets that conform to the known glaciated areas of the Pleistocene Ice Age, also corresponding to Pleistocene ice coverage. The North Polar region remains ice-free, as we learned in Worlds in Collision. Siberia was also ice-free, due to the concentration of radiated energy arriving from Saturn sitting above the North Pole. The Earth's vegetation takes on a reddish hue, at this time giving Earth its purple-hued look for anyone seeing it from orbit. Common misnomers surrounding the Earth's ice ages is that they initially spread from the poles outwards to the lower latitudes as the global temperature cooled. In fact, one of the great mysteries to modern science is that the greater amount of land found within the Arctic Circle remain ice-free during the Pleistocene epoch, a finding that is completely at odds with the accepted model for how ice ages start. The islands of the Arctic archipelago were never glaciated. Neither was the interior of Alaska, wrote R.F. Briggs in an article quoted by Cordona in his book Flare Star, while also quoting Emanuel Velikovsky's reference to J.B. Dana, who wrote, "It is a remarkable fact that no ice mass covered the lowlands of northern Siberia any more than those of Alaska." Cordona also quotes the catastrophists T.S. Allen and J.B. Dallaire in their work Cataclysm in making a case for an ice-free Arctic. Ice held most of the northern latitudes in its grip 18,000 years ago, with important exceptions. In the last ice age, glaciers never completely covered eastern Siberia, Alaska, and the Yukon, plant that beat the ice age. National Geographic, March 2001. What this all points to is a source of heat radiating from above the North Pole at a time when Cro-Magnon man walked the Earth during the Pleistocene Ice Age. A source of heat that is well explained by the presence of a radiating yet dull brown dwarf star that would eventually become the planet Saturn. The ribbon of glaciated ice sheets that ring the Arctic Circle would have formed a natural barrier between flora and fauna, both north and south of this ice ring, with the majority of the Cro-Magnon people settling south of the ice sheets. Yet, It has been long known that a lush vegetation once existed within the Arctic Circle, a fact referred to by the writer William Warren in his search for evidence that man's original mythical paradise had been near the North Pole. The Arctic regions, probably up to the North Pole, were not only free from ice, but were covered with a rich and luxuriant vegetation. Evidence of early humans has also been found there. It seems Cro-Magnon man may have braved crossing the broad glaciated barrier and settled in the areas close to the Arctic coast, and possibly even on some of the Arctic islands. Here, tribes of Cro-Magnons would find themselves closer to the source of life that shed its pale light on this purple dawn of mankind. Here, they could have basked under the primordial dark glow of Saturn, even as it drifted unknowingly ever closer to its fateful encounter with the sun. Here was the virtual paradise for mankind, a land filled with rich game and flora, a world immortalized on the walls of caves by their cousins, still living south of the ice sheets. Here, then, was the mythical world of the purple dawn of creation, a fight for survival. Such a world as described above can be placed as beginning about 30,000 to 40,000 years ago, at least by standard dating schemes, and lasting up until at least 10,000 years ago, when Saturn finally found itself captured by the sun. The beginning of the Pleistocene Ice Age coincides with the arrival of Cro-Magnon humans, and its end marks the beginning of the mythical Golden Age. Cro-Magnons lived and died during the intervening millennia, leaving us a magnificent testimony as their existence, painted on the walls of deep caves and subterranean tunnels. During this period, however, Cro-Magnons faced a far more immediate threat to their existence than the depressingly dark atmosphere of the primordial Earth. It was a menace that was to have long-reaching consequences for the collective psyche of humans as a whole. A menace that was something truly frightening. It would precipitate a struggle for survival that amounted to what was an upper Paleolithic world war. The menace in question involved a fight to the death with the leading predator of the age, a creature both cruelly intelligent and immensely strong in darkness. Cro-Magnons found themselves facing their greatest enemy, the Neanderthal. The appearance of Homo sapiens, modern humans, on Earth was heralded by the arrival of desperate groups of people generically referred to as Cro-Magnons. Their world was at the time a dark twilight and timeless existence, illuminated only by the dull glow of the sub-brown dwarf star called Saturn, a time in which nocturnal animals thrived and the planet found itself in the icy grip of the Pleistocene Ice Age. Contrary to popular belief, much of the Arctic polar region was ice-free. The ice sheets encountered by the Cro-Magnon peoples existed in an eternal shadow, cast by thick, dust-laden aurora generated by Saturn's electrical relationship with the Earth. These enhanced aurorae occurred as a result of Saturn's electrical sensing of the sun's heliosphere as it spiraled even closer to its eventual capture. Similar aurorae existed in the southern hemisphere. There is now undeniable evidence for human habitation within the Arctic Circle during the height of the Pleistocene Ice Age, a fact only made possible by the warming influence of Saturn's once radiating energy coming from its northern position where the pole star is today. The period of time in which Cro-Magnon culture dominated stretches, by standard dating schemes, approximately from 40,000 years ago till 10,000 years ago, at which time the Pleistocene Ice Age came to an end, as Saturn was captured by the Sun and the Golden Age epoch of the world mythology dawned. During the Pleistocene Ice Age, Cro-Magnons faced the greatest threat to their survival in the form of predatory hominids called Neanderthal. When Saturn met the Sun and its companion, Jupiter, the ancients speak of two distinct epochs for the world on which we live. The world we see today with the Sun and the Moon as our prime celestial masters, and a time before that, when the heavens were ruled by the planet Saturn. This previous era is generically referred to in world mythology as the Golden Age, a time when Saturn shone forth as a sun in its own right from out of Earth's celestial north to bathe the world in luxuriant and richly fertile warmth. This was Saturn at its zenith, the then chief star god of creation and time, our first and best sun. Vestiges of this ancient reality are not difficult to turn up. The chief religious festival of ancient Rome was called Saturnalia, and we still refer to the Sabbath as Saturn's Day, or Saturday. But Saturn's golden age did not last. As inconceivable as it may seem to the modern mind, the witness of ancient mythology reveals that mankind suffered a great cosmological upheaval in which Saturn's glorious rule was replaced first by Jupiter and then eventually by the Sun. The consequences of this upheaval has left an incredible mark on the collective human psyche, leading to a pervading doomsday anxiety, a fretful psychosis fed by deeply entrenched psychological archetypes that cross all known cultural barriers. In recent years, this pervasive fixation with large-scale catastrophe has nearly become Hollywood's entire stock in trade. Deep down, whatever our cultural heritage, we all share in a seemingly irrational fear of impending catastrophe, a fear born of prehistoric experience that has spawned the dominant themes in our religions, arts, architecture, and even our geopolitical and economic systems. Yet, even before the coming of the Saturnian Golden Age, we hear of a time before time, a distantly primeval world calling to us from out of the universal dream time. These are the fading memories of humankind preserved in the oral traditions of our most ancient races and cultures. Through these dreamtime fragments, we hear echoes of an age spent in darkness, a twilight world existing long before the coming of the sun. We hear of it as a time when the dull primordial half-light of the star god Saturn shifted listlessly on the chaotic celestial waters that enveloped all human existence. Here we find the purple-hued dawn of creation, the time before time began, the time before bright, clear light entered into the world. Through the work of comparative mythologists, and more recently the contributions of plasma-based physicists, a new cosmology has emerged that seeks to explain these almost forgotten human legacies. This new cosmology identifies the mythical god Saturn as the primordial sub-brown dwarf star existing and drifting beyond the solar system and accompanied by its own family of satellites. Our Earth was one of these satellites, safely encapsulated within Saturn's protective and opaque bubble-like plasma sphere. The oral traditions tell us Earth's inhabitants enjoyed a warm yet dully lit environment devoid of any concept of measured time and oblivious to the greater cosmos. In the swirling, enveloping chaos that was Saturn's outer plasmasphere, nothing moved with regularity. Saturn's pale disk glowed from a fixed, if listless, position above the Earth's North Pole, the position identified by world mythologies as the abode of the gods. And slowly, yet surely, Saturn and its family of planets unknowingly drifted towards a fateful encounter with a much larger and more electrically dynamic star we now call the Sun. When contact was made between Saturn's own plasmasphere and the Sun's heliosphere, all hell broke loose. Powerful electrical forces surged and discharged, causing Saturn to overload and flare nova-like. In what must have seemed an instant, humankind's previous twilight existence was spectacularly extinguished by a brilliant bright light shining forth from out of the celestial north. Day one, in the epic of a new creation story, had announced itself, and humanity now confronted a deeply changed world brimming with visual access to the greater cosmos. Life would never be the same as humankind entered into Saturn's universal golden age, an age
that only ended when the sun's overwhelming electrical influence conspired with the planet Jupiter to violently banish Saturn to the outer celestial realms. The great primordial Saturn system of planets was torn asunder, and Earth, for so long changed in actual alignment to Saturn, was freed from its bindings to acquire a new orbit around a new master, the Sun. Such events, mythology tells us, took place roughly 10,000 years ago. Yet, there are two conundrums we face in coming to grips with this radical interpretation of Earth's mythical and cosmological relationship to Saturn. Even if we accept that Saturn originally started off as a free-floating brown dwarf star with an inhabited Earth as one of its satellites, we are faced with the mythological record's insistence that Saturn remained fixed and immobile at Earth's celestial north. In the same manner, we see the pole star today. While most would offer a phase-lock solution to Saturn's perceived immobility, with Earth orbiting Saturn in the same way that the Moon orbits Earth today, this does not explain the latter epoch in which Saturn remained seemingly stacked above Earth while both bodies circled the Sun on its equatorial plane. This forces us to consider Earth as having been in actual alignment with Saturn's southern pole. During this time, an arrangement that was most likely a continuance of its existing primordial relationship to Saturn before the latter's catastrophic encounter with the Sun. However, this polar configuration, that of planets being stacked on top of one another in actual alignment, is viewed as an abomination by virtually all astrophysicists, an impossibility given the known tenets of celestial mechanics. This, then, was our first conundrum. Saturn Theory Day at the Planetarium. The planets Mercury and Jupiter, the latter with its 4 Galilean moons, orbit the Sun as the actual aligned planets dominated by Saturn approach from below the solar system at roughly 27-degree angle to the Sun's own axis. The scene depicts events shortly before the Sun's electrical field provokes an electrical imbalance in Saturn, causing it to flare nova-like. The planet Venus is absent at this time due to it not yet having been ejected by a flaring Saturn, an event that is preserved in mythology as the birth of the goddess Venus. So they marked this event happening with the myth of the birth of the goddess Venus. Check. Then we come to the subject of us, that is, humankind's place in the general scheme laid out by the Saturn theory. More precisely, we are concerned with an assumed origin of human beings on an Earth in which ancient world traditions tell us we had once stumbled around in near darkness for a period stretching back into an unknown antiquity. This reported dim and inhospitable environment conflicts with the basic idea that a species is generally adapted to their environment of origin. We, human beings, are creatures fundamentally adapted to function best in a bright environment. This, then, is our second conundrum. The inescapable conclusion was that humans did not necessarily originate on the Earth. As a species, we seek the light. Our optimum environment is a bright environment. For humans to be trapped in a permanent gloom, where one of our most important faculties is handicapped to the point of near uselessness, vigorously militates against the concept of a permanently darkened primordial Earth being our environment of origin. So we began to look elsewhere, and the journey we undertook eventually led us to a basic question that opened up a huge vista of potential solutions. The question that changed the game was the obvious flip side to Earth having begun life under a wandering sub-brown dwarf star called Saturn. In the meantime, what was happening around the Sun? And was there a brightly lit world on which it was happening? Finding the answer to this question offered more than both of us anticipated. Ted eventually dubbed our subsequent findings to be a prehistory of what he called the antique solar system, a prearrangement of our current solar system, sans the planets Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Mars, Venus, and of course the Earth. Subsequently, the role played by Jupiter during this antique epoch seems to have contrasted sharply with Earth's experience under Saturn. Jupiter's moons also began to take on an increasingly important role in a story that, in one of those sweet ironies that only research of this kind can raise up, saw two avowed anti-evolutionists, Ted and myself, begin to entertain aspects into the theories of two hardcore evolutionists, Elaine Morgan's aquatic ape hypothesis and Danny Vendramina's them and us theory of Neanderthal predation on ancient humans. And if that last sentence involving Jupiter's moons, swimming humans, and ravenous beastly Neanderthals doesn't pique your curiosity, then maybe nothing will. Which brings us back to our first conundrum, namely that of explaining how a planet like Earth could find itself dangling down below a sub-brown dwarf star for most of its own distant prehistory. While at first glance, this problem seems almost insurmountable from a purely physics point of view, a closer look at observable phenomena would suggest otherwise. By this, we mean that there are, in fact, copious examples of actually aligned objects in our galaxy that offer clues not only to how axial alignments can function, but also as to the nature of how stars and planets are birthed in the first place. However, this is a discussion to take up in more depth in the next chapter, a chapter that will look closely at the role played by the astronomical phenomena called a Herbig-Haro object. Such objects, we will argue, establish the legitimacy of axial aligned celestial bodies in space and provide a solution to the seemingly bizarre relationship between Earth and Saturn in ancient times. For those readers new to the above presented concepts, they could, at this point, simply choose to reject all cosmological notions of Saturnian planetary systems being captured in the distant past by the Sun, and the resulting mythical cataclysmic orgies of destruction. They could simply dismiss the concept of an ancient and dark Saturnian primordial dawn as simply being the fundamental fallacy at the heart of our conundrum regarding human origins on Earth. They could offer the observation that daylight must surely have always existed, been a feature in the human experience, and that this is really why we have evolved the way we are. Also, in seeking to reject the evidence presented by the mythological record for a dark primordial environment, they could lay charges that we have willfully misinterpreted mythology to concoct our own flawed literalist dogma at odds with accepting scholastic scientific consensus. To answer such critics, all we can say is read on if you dare, and make your criticisms after absorbing the full argument presented in this work. We believe there is much to offer, if only for the purpose of constructive debate on the topics that should intrigue anyone searching for an understanding as to where we come from.
Tell him a rookie, the music's too loud. Troy and Ted's book, Cosmos and Collision, they co-wrote it. We're going to get into something else now. This was Universal Sandbox. I created a Saturn system and had it stray close to the sun. You can see the planets start heading there right off. What ended up happening was it turned into a supernova. Boom. Don't have electric force to repulse. It's interesting. Brown dwarf dives into a main cycle G star and it created a supernova. The planets are just burned out cinders.
Chapter 4. Boiling Earth and Sea. Two celestial bodies were driven near to each other. The interior of the terrestrial globe pushed toward the exterior. The Earth disturbed in its rotation.
This is worlds in collision.
Felt heat. The land surface became hot. Various sources of many peoples describe the melting of the Earth's surface and the boiling of the sea. The Earth burst and lava flowed. The Mexican sacred book Popol Vuh and the manuscript Cacachel, the manuscript Traiano, all record how the mountains in every part of the Western Hemisphere simultaneously gushed lava. The volcanoes that opened along the entire chain of the Cordilleras and in other mountain ranges and on flatland vomited fire, vapor, and torrents of lava. These and other Mexican sources relate how, at the closing hours of the age that was brought to an end by rain of fire, mountains swelled under the pressure of molten masses, and the new ridges rose. New volcanoes sprang out of the earth, and streams of lava flowed out of the cleft earth. Events underlying Greek and Mexican traditions are narrated in the scriptures. The mountains shake with the swelling, the earth melted. Clouds and darkness, fire, the earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax. He looketh on the earth, and it trembleth. He toucheth the hills, and they smoke. The earth trembled, the mountains melted. Even that Sinai, he rebuketh the sea, and maketh it dry, and drieth up all the river. The mountains quake at him, and the hills melt, and the earth is burned, yea, the world, and all that dwelleth therein. And even the bottom of the sea boiled here and there. The sea boiled, and all the shores of the ocean boiled. All the middle of it boiled, says the Zendavesta. The star, Tistria, made the sea boil. The traditions of the Indians retain the memory of this boiling of the water in the river and sea. The tribes of British Columbia tell great clouds appeared. It's funny, we got a thunderstorm going on outside. Actually, we're under a tornado warning right now. Great clouds appeared, such a great heat came, that finally the water boiled. People jumped into the streams and lakes to cool themselves and died. On the North Pacific coast of America, the tribes insist that the ocean boiled. It grew very hot. Many animals jumped into the water to save themselves, but the water began to boil. The Indians of the Southern Ute tribe in Colorado record in their legends that the rivers boiled. Jewish tradition, as preserved in the rabbinical sources, declares that the mire at the bottom of the Sea of Passage was heated. The Lord fought against the Egyptians with the pillar of cloud and fire. The mire was heated to the boiling point by the pillar of fire. The rabbinical sources say also that the pillar of fire and of smoke leveled mountains. Hesiod, in his Theophany, relating the upheaval caused by celestial collision, says the huge earth groaned. A great part of the huge earth was scorched by the terrible vapor and melted as tin melts when heated by man's art, or as iron, which is the hardest of all things, is softened by glowing fire in mountain glens. According to the traditions of the New World, the profile of the land changed in a catastrophe. New valleys were formed, mountain ridges were torn apart, new gulfs were cut out, ancient heights were overturned, and new ones sprang up. The few survivors of the ruined world were enveloped, it's a wonder there were any, in darkness. The sun in some way did not exist, and in intervals in the light of the blazing fires, they saw the silhouettes of new mountains. The Mayan sacred book, Popol Vuh, says that the god rolled mountains and removed mountains, and great and small mountains moved and shaked. Mountains swelled with lava. Carnerea Viracocha, the god of the Incas, raised mountains from the flatland and flattened other mountains. And similarly, when Israel went out of Egypt, the sea saw and fled. The mountains skipped like rams and the little hills like lambs. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of the Lord, which removeth the mountains, which overturneth them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon waves of the sea. Mount Sinai. Along the eastern shore of the Red Sea, there stretches a mountainous crest, with a number of volcanic craters, at present extinguished. Some, however, were active not many centuries ago. One of these volcanoes is usually described as the Mount of the Law-Giving. In the 70s of the last century, a scholar, Charles Beck, suggested that Mount Sinai was a volcano in the Arabian desert. The book of Deuteronomy 4:11 says the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. Beck's idea was rejected by his contemporaries, and ultimately by himself. Modern scholars, however, agree with this original theory, and for this reason they look for the Mount of the Law-Giving among the volcanoes of Mount Seir, and not on the traditional Sinai Peninsula, where there are no volcanoes. Thus, the claims of the rival peaks of the Sinai Peninsula for the honor of being the Mount of the Law-Giving are silenced by new contestants. It is true that it is stated the mountains melted, even that Sinai, but this melting of summits does not necessarily mean an opening up of craters. Rocks turned into a flowing mass. Damn, it must have been terrible. The plateau of the Sinai Peninsula is covered with formations of basalt lava. Wide stretches of the Arabian desert also glisten with lava. Lava formations interspersed with the extinguished volcanoes stretch from the vicinity of Palmyra southward into Arabia as far as Mecca. Only a few thousand years ago, the deserts glowed with the beacons of many volcanoes. Mountains melted. Lava flowed over the ground from the numerous fissures. The celestial body that the great architect of nature sent close to the earth made contact with it, and electrical discharges retreated and approached again. If we are to believe the scriptural data, there elapsed 7 weeks, or by another computation, about 2 months, from the day of the Exodus to the day of the revelation at Mount Sinai. There were thunders and lightnings, and thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all people that was in the camp trembled. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. The Talmud and Midrashim describe the mountain of the law-giving as quaking so greatly that it appeared as if it were lifted up and shaken above the heads of people. And the people felt as if they were no longer standing securely on the ground, but were held up by some invisible force. The presence of a heavenly body overhead caused this phenomenon and this feeling. Then the earth shook and trembled. So of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. He bowed the heavens also, or was that bowed, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. At the brightness that was before him, his thick clouds passed, hailstones, and coals of fire. The Lord also thundereth in the heavens, hailstones and coals of fire. He shot out lightnings, then the channel of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered. Earth and heaven participated in the cosmic convulsion. In the 4th book of Ezra, the occurrences witnessed at Mount Sinai are described in these words: Thou didst bow
bow down the heavens, didst make the earth quake and convulse the world. Thou didst cause the deeps to tremble, and didst alarm the spheres. The approach of a star toward the earth in the days of the revelation at Sinai is implied by the text of the Tractate Shabbat. Although the ancestors of later proselytes were not present at the mountain of the lawgiving, their star was there close by. An author of the first century of the present era, whose work on biblical antiquities has been ascribed to Philo, the Alexandrian philosopher, thus describes the commotion on the earth. Below and in the sky above, the mountain Sinai burned with fire, and the earth shook, and the hills were removed, and the mountains overthrown. The depths boiled, and all the inhabitable places were shaken, and flames of fire shone forth, and thunderings and lightnings were multiplied, and winds and tempests made a roaring. The stars were gathered together, collided, referring to the verse, he bowed the heavens also, or is it bowed? I never know if that's bowed or bowed. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, Psalms 18. Pseudo-Philo describes the events, I wonder why he says pseudo-Philo, describes the events of Mount Sinai, and says that the Lord impeded the course of the stars. The earth was stirred from her foundation, and the mountains and rocks trembled in their fastenings, and the clouds lifted up their waves against the flame of the fire, that it should not consume the world, and all the waves of the sea came together. The Hindus depict the cosmic catastrophe at the end of a world age. The whole world breaks into flames, so also 100,000 times 10 million worlds. All the peaks of Mount Seirnu, even those which are hundreds of leagues in height, crumble and disappear in the sky. The flames of fire raise up and envelope the heaven. The sixth sun, or sun age, ended. Similarly, in the Jewish tradition with the revelation at Sinai, the sixth world age was terminated, and the seventh began. Theophany. Earthquakes are often accompanied by a roaring noise that comes from the bowels of the earth. This phenomenon was known to early geographers. Pliny wrote that earthquakes are preceded or accompanied by a terrible sound. Vaults supporting the ground give way, and it seems as though the earth heaves deep sighs. The sound was attributed to the gods and called Theophany. The eruptions of volcanoes are also accompanied by loud noises. The sound produced by Krakatoa in the East Indies during the eruption of 1883 was so loud that it was heard as far as Japan, 3,000 miles away. The furthest distance traveled by sound recorded in modern annals. In the days of the Exodus, when the world was shaken and rocked, and all volcanoes vomited lava, and all continents quaked, the earth groaned almost unceasingly. At an initial stage of the catastrophe, according to Hebrew tradition, Moses heard the silence of the desert, the sound which he interpreted to mean, I am that I am Yahweh. Heard the people in the frightful night at the mountain of the lawgiving. The whole mount quaked greatly, and the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and all the people saw the roars, and the torches, and the noise of the trumpet at the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they trembled and stood afar off. It was a perfect setting for hearing words in the voice of nature in an uproar. An inspired leader interpreted the voice he heard, 10 long, trumpet-like blasts. The earth groaned for weeks now. All its strata had been disarranged, its orbit distorted, its world quarters displaced, its oceans thrown upon its continents, its seas turned into deserts, its mountains upheaved, its islands submerged, its rivers running upstream, the world flowing with lava shattered by meteorites, with yawning chasms, burning naphtha, vomiting volcanoes, shaking ground, a world enshrouded in an atmosphere filled with smoke and vapor, twisting of strata and building of mountains, earthquakes, rumbling of volcanoes, joined in an infernal din. It was the voice, not only in the desert of Sinai. The entire world must have heard it. The sky and earth resounded, mountains and hills were moved, says the Midrash. Loud did the firmament roar, and earth with echo resounded, says the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Hesiod, the huge earth groaned when Zeus lashed Typhon with his bolts. The earth resounded terribly, and the wide heaven above. The approach of two charged globes toward each other could also produce trumpet-like sounds, varying as the distance between them increased or lessened. It appears that this phenomenon is described by Pseudo-Philo as testimony of the trumpets between the stars and their lord. Here we can trace the origin of the Pythagorean notion of the music of the spheres, and the idea that stars make music. In Babylonia, the spheres of the planets were called voices, and they were supposed to produce music. According to Midrashic literature, the trumpets sounding at Mount Sinai had 7 different pitches or notes, and the rabbinical literature speaks of the heavenly music heard at the revelation. At the first sound, the sky and the earth moved. The seas and the rivers turned into flight. Mountains and hills were loosened in their foundations. Homer depicts a similar occurrence in these words. The wide earth rang, and round about the world all burns at the blast of the horn. It is said in the Valuspa. According to the Hebrew tradition, all the nations heard the roaring of the law-giving. It appears that at Mount Sinai the sound that sounded long rose 10 times. In this roaring the Hebrews heard the dialogue, "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal." These words of the Decalogue were not heard by Israel alone, but by the inhabitants of all earth. The divine voice divided itself into the 70 tongues of men, so that all might understand it. The souls of the heathens almost fled from them when they heard it. The din caused by the groaning earth repeated itself again and again, but not so loud as subterranean strata readjusted themselves after being dislocated. Earthquakes incessantly shook the ground for years. The papyrus Ippawur calls these years years of noise. Years of noise, there is no end to the noise. And again, oh, that earth would cease from noise, and tumult, uproar, be no more. The sound probably had the same pitch all over the world as it came from the deep interior of the earth, all of whose stratas were dislocated when it was thrown from its orbit and forced from its axis. The great king lawgiver of China, in whose time a dreadful cataclysm took place and the order of nature was disturbed, bore the name Yahoo. In the preface to the Shu King, attributed to Confucius, it is written, "Examining into antiquity, we find that the Emperor Yao was called Fang Hin. Yahoo was a surname given to him in the time following the flood, apparently inspired by the sound of the earth's groaning. The same sound was heard in those years in the Western Hemisphere, or wherever the ancestors of the Indians then lived. They relate that once when the heavens were very close to the earth, all mankind lifted the sky, little by little, at the repeating, shouting Yahoo, which rang all over the world. In Indonesia, an oath is accompanied by the invocation of the heavenly bodies. an arrow is shot toward the sky, while all present the cry of Jujuhui. The same sound is heard in the very name Jove, Jupiter. The name Yahweh is preserved in shorter forms as well, Yahoo and Yo. Hey, Yo! As the name of the deity in the Bible, that he had received his laws from God invoked by the name Io. In Mexico, the similarity of sound has already been noted. Nihonji, Chronicles of Japan, from the earliest times, begins with a reference to the time when of old heaven and earth were not yet separated, and the in and yo not divided yet. Yo is the earth. The time when the sky touched the earth is the time when the heavy dust and vapor-charged clouds of the comet enveloped the globe and lay very close to the ground. End of subchapter. Emperor Yahoo. The history of China is commonly supposed to extend back to Grey Antiquity. But in reality, the sources of the ancient period of Chinese past are very, very scanty. For they were destroyed by the Emperor Xingqi Huang, 246 to 209, before the present era, BC. He ordered all books on history and astronomy, as well as works of classic literature, to be burned. Search for these books was made throughout the empire for this purpose. The story persists that a few remnants of the old literature were again put into writing from the memory of an old man. Some were said to have been found hidden in the sepulchre of Confucius. And are ascribed to his pen. Of these few remains of the old lore, the most cherished are those which tell of the Emperor Yahoo and his times. His personality and his period are considered as the most auspicious in the Chinese annals. The history of China preceding his reign is ascribed to the mythical period of the Chinese past. In the days of Yahoo, the event occurred which separates the almost obliterated and very dim past of China from the period that is considered historical. China was overwhelmed by an immense catastrophe. At that time, the miracle is said to have happened that the sun, during a span of 10 days, did not set. The forests were ignited, and a multitude of abominable vermin was brought forth. In the lifetime of Yahoo, the sun did not set for 10 full days, and the entire land was flooded. An immense wave that reached the sky fell down on the land of China. The water was well up on the high mountains, and the foothills could not be seen at all. This recalls Psalm 104. The waters stood above the mountains. They go up by the mountains, and Psalm 107, the waves mount up to the heaven. Destructive in their overflow are the waters of inundation, said the emperor. In their vast extent, they embrace the hills and overtop the great heights, threatening the heavens with their floods. The emperor ordered that all efforts be made to open outlets for the waters that were caught in the valleys between the mountains. For many years, the population labored, trying to free the plains and valleys of the waters of the flood by digging channels and draining the fields. For a considerable number of years, all efforts were in vain. The minister who was in charge of this urgent and immense work, Khwan, that's Khwan, was sentenced to death because of his failure. For 9 years he labored, but the work was unaccomplished, and only his son Yu succeeded in draining the land. This achievement was so highly rated that Yu became Emperor of China after King Shun, first successor to Yahoo. This Yu was the founder of the new and notable dynasty called by his name. The chronicles of modern China preserve records of 1 million lives lost in a single overflow of the Yellow River. Another natural catastrophe, the earthquake, also caused great devastation in China at various times. It is estimated that in the year 1556, the quaking earth took 830,000 lives and 3 million in 1662. Was not the catastrophe of the time of Yahoo one of the major inundation of rivers, as modern scholars suppose it to have been? But the fact that this catastrophe has been vivid in traditions for thousands of years, while neither the overflow of the Yellow River, when 1 million people perished, nor the great earthquakes, play a conspicuous part in the recollections of a nation, as an argument against the established interpretations. Rivers do not overflow in the form of a sky-high wave. The overflowing rivers of China subside in a few weeks, and the water does not remain in the plains until the following spring, but flows away, and the ground dries in a few more weeks. The flood of Yahoo required draining for many years, and during all this period water covered the lower part of the country. Yahoo's reign is remembered for the following undertaking. This emperor sent scholars to different parts of China, and even to Indochina, to find out the location of north, west, east, and south, by observing the direction of the sun's rising and setting, and the motion of the stars. He also charged his astronomers to find out the duration of seasons, and to draw up a new calendar. The Shu King is called the oldest book of Chinese chronicles, rewritten from memory or from the hidden manuscript after the burning of books by Sin Chi Hung. In its oldest section, the Canon of Yahoo, it is written, "Thereupon Yahoo commanded he and Ho in reverent accordance with the wide heavens to calculate and delineate the movements and appearances of the sun, deliver respectfully the seasons to the people. The necessity soon thereafter, the flood, of finding anew the 4 directions, and learning anew the movements of the sun and the moon, of delineating the zodiacal signs, of compiling the calendar, of informing the population of China of the sequence of the seasons, creates the impression that during the catastrophe the orbit of the earth and the year, the inclination of the axis, and the seasons, the orbit of the moon, and the month changed. We are not told what caused the cataclysm, but it is written in ancient annals that during the reign of Yahoo, a brilliant star issued from the constellation Yin. According to old Tibetan traditions, the highlands of Tibet, too, were flooded in a great cataclysm. The traditions of the Tibetans speak also of terrifying comets that caused great upheavals. Calculations were undertaken to establish the dates of the Emperor Yahoo on the basis of a remark that the constellation Nio thought to he the constellation Hydra culminated at sunset on the day of the vernal equinox in the time of Yahoo. It was reckoned that the flood occurred in the 23rd century before the present era, but this date has been questioned by many. Sometimes it has also been supposed that the flood of Yahoo was the Chinese story of the universal flood, but this point of view has been abandoned. The story of the deluge of Noah has its parallel in a Chinese tradition about a universal flood in prehistoric times, in the days of Fo He, or Fo Hai, who alone of all the country was saved. The flood of Yahoo is sometimes regarded as simultaneous with the flood of Ogyges. The flood of Ogyges I think that's what it's pronounced like, did not occur in the 3rd millennium. Let's see if it is. Maybe it's not. Let's see what the computer voice says. Be real brief here. I have to put it in. Okay, then erase everything that comes with it, which is quite a bit, and then hit, and it shows me a beetle. Let's see how it pronounces it. Okay, here we go. You ready? Here we go. Oh, they're spelling it different. Hold on, I gotta find the right. Okay, there it is.
Ogyges.
Ogyges. It just depends on whether you go J or G with a G. To me, that would be Ogyges. It sounds better. Okay, back to the book. The synchronism of these devastations with the catastrophes of the days of Moses and Joshua will be demonstrated and supported by ancient and chronological sources. When we summarize what has been told about the time of Yahoo, we have the following data. The sun did not set for a number of days. The forests were set on fire. Vermin filled the country. A high wave reaching the sky poured over the face of the land and swept water over the mountain peaks and filled the valleys for many years. In the days of Yahoo, the 4 quarters of the heaven were established anew, and observations of the duration of the year and month and of the order of the seasons were made. The history of China in the period before this catastrophe is quite obliterated. All these data are in accord with the traditions of the Jewish people about the events connected with the Exodus. The sun disappeared for a number of days. The land was filled with vermin. Gigantic, sky-high tidal waves divided the sea. The world burned, as we shall see. The Hebrew sources, too, reveal that a new calendar was established, reckoning from the days of the catastrophe, and that the seasons, the 4 quarters of the heaven, were no longer the same. End of chapter. That wasn't so bad. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
I hope you enjoyed it.
We're going to still do Earth and Upheaval, and Solaria Binaria and Earth and Upheaval. I'm thinking about cutting this one right here, though, because it's getting kind of long in the tooth. And starting a new one. I'll come out there a second. I had a conversation with Neil Thompson tonight. It was really, really good, and I recorded it. I'm going to be bringing that to you very soon. Neil Thompson from The Electric View. I'm sure a lot of you remember that show. We had a great conversation. You'll be hearing that soon. miss those days. All right, all right. Let me see here. Get you on OBS. Can you hear me fine? Is my volume okay? All right. Well, what do you think? I start at part 2. Wow, 82, are you kidding me? Holy smokes. I better not. You know, everybody kind of freaks out when they see 4 and 5 hour videos, you know. They tend to not want to watch it. But I mean, we're rolling. We can go, and as long as I don't go for 6 hours, I'll just stay right into it. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying and watching. At this time of the morning, I'm just really super impressed. Never had this many before. I better stop talking. I just wanted to say anything going on. There's Alchemy88. How you doing? Learn Share. Thank you, Learn Share, for coming. Dak and I can't help it. I have to do that every time. There's Jared still with us. Craig. What's up, Craig? Yo! And you guys look like you're having a pretty good conversation there. And there's Block It, Greg. What's anybody who's blue can do? Yeah, I know. That's why me. You know, I mean, I get all the. Well, I get a lot of good too, so I can't complain. I guess that could happen to anybody. See girls, woo! Like you've never seen it before. All right. I'm going to get back to the show. We're going to do one more on this. See, I'm from 82, went to 78, so I better get back to business. All right, we'll go one more, and then we'll go part 2, okay? Everything's going good right now. I don't want to ruin it. So stick with me, and we'll get her done.
Are still afraid to face.
Disturb the rotation of the Earth. Now, if man is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma,
Earth in Upheaval is a book about the great tribulations to which the planet on which we travel was subjected in prehistorical and historical times. The pages of this book are transcripts of the testimony of mute witnesses, the rocks in the court of celestial traffic. They testify by their own appearance and by the encased contents of dead bodies, fossilized skeletons. Myriads upon myriads of living creatures came to life on this ball of rock, suspended in nothing, and returned to dust. Many died a natural death. Many were killed in wars between races and species, and many were entombed alive during the great paroxysms of nature in which land and sea contested in destruction. Whole tribes of fish that had filled the oceans suddenly ceased to exist. Of entire species and even genera of land animals, not a single survivor was left. The earth and the water, without which we cannot exist, suddenly turned into enemies and engulfed the animal kingdom, the human race included. And there was no shelter and no refuge. In such cataclysms, the land and the sea repeatedly changed places, laying dry the kingdom of the ocean and submerging the kingdoms of the land. In Worlds in Collision, I presented the chronicles of the very last series of such catastrophes, those that visited our Earth in the second and first millennia before the present era. Since these upheavals occurred in historical times, when the art of writing had already been perfected in the centers of ancient civilization, I describe them mainly from historical documents, relying on celestial charts, calendars, and sundials, and water clocks, discovered by archaeologists, and drawing also upon classical literature, the sacred literature of East and West, the epics of the northern races, and the oral traditions of the primitive peoples from Lapland to the South Seas, geological vestiges of the events narrated in documents and traditions were indicated only here and there. When I felt that the immediate testimony of the rocks must be presented along with the historical evidence, I closed that description of cataclysmic events with a promise to attempt at a later date the reconstruction of similar global catastrophes of earlier times, one of them being the deluge. I had intended, after piecing together the history of these upheavals, to present geological and paleontological material to support the testimony of man. But the reception of worlds in collision by certain scientific groups persuaded me, before reviving the pageant of earlier catastrophes, to present, at least, some of the evidence of the rocks, which is as insistent as that carried down to our times by written records and by word of mouth. This testimony is never given in metaphors, and as with the pages of the Old Testament or of the Iliad, nothing can be changed in it. Pebbles and rocks and mountains in the bottom of the sea will bear witness. Did I know of the days, recent and ancient, when the harmony of this world was interrupted by the forces of nature? Have they entombed innumerable creatures and encased them in rock? Have they seen the ocean moving on continents and the continents sliding under water? Was this earth and the expanse of its seas showered with stones and covered by ashes? Were its forests uprooted by hurricanes and set afire, covered by tides carrying sand and debris from the bottom of the ocean? It takes millions of years for a log to be turned into coal, but only a single hour when burning. Here lies the core of the problem. Did the earth change in a slow process, a year added to a year and a million to a million? The peaceful ground of nature being the broad arena of the contest of throngs in which the fittest survived? Or did it happen, too, that the very arena itself, infuriated, rose against the contestants and made an end of their battles? I present here some pages from the Book of Nature. I have excluded from them all references to ancient literature, traditions, and folklore, and this I have done with intent, so that careless critics cannot decry the entire work as tales and legends. Stones and bones are the only witnesses. Mute as they are, they will testify clearly and unequivocally, yet dull ears and dimmed eyes will deny this evidence, and the dimmer the vision, the louder and more insistent will be the voices of protestation. This book was not written for those who swear by the verba magistri, the holiness of their school wisdom, and they may debate it without reading it as well. Author's note: in the body of Earth in upheaval, I found nothing demanding revocation or change from the original edition of November 1955. Since then, it has been reprinted unchanged many times. Books' uncompromising stand of the followers of uniformitarian dogma, whether called gradualists, evolutionists, or Darwinists. Nothing of radical change in nature has taken place in the past, because nothing like it is observable at present. A view without logic, imagination, or basis in fact began to show signs of fracturing, pressing deeper cracks, and in ultimate collapse. The term cataclysmic evolution entered scientific literature. The term new catastrophism was offered to let it appear that the new tenets differ from Velikovsky's views, and a minor key was struck repeatedly, even in recognizing the interference of elementary forces in the course of history. Thus, the great global disturbances of the 15th or 8th century before the present era were made to appear as the result of an explosion of a single volcano, Thera, in the Aegean Sea. Yet, in some instances, like the discovery of the great submarine ridge encompassing the globe almost twice, the discoverer felt compelled to exclaim in print, "The discovery at this late date of the mid-ocean ridge and rift has raised fundamental questions about basic geological processes and the history of the Earth, and has even had reverberations in cosmology." And his discovery of the whitish ash underlying the beds of all the oceans and seas, the so-called Worzel ash, J.L. Worzel, was led to exclaim in print, "It may be necessary to attribute the layer to a worldwide volcanism, or perhaps to the fiery end of bodies of cosmic origin." And then occasionally I was confronted with entire faculties of geophysicists, as in Madison, Wisconsin, in 1967, who would claim that all signs of catastrophes resulted but from local events. I would prefer to the findings of Hazine or Worzel, or ask what local event could change the level of all oceans 34 centuries ago, as realized by R. Daly of Harvard in 1930, and confirmed by P. Kuchnin 1959, or change the climate all over the world, both 34 and 27 centuries ago. As clearly as the 1960s, I found that Earth in upheaval was displacing the origin of species in the courses of a number of geophysics. As in the case of my visit to Oberlin College in 1965 at Princeton University, Earth in Upheaval, from its publication, and for 2 decades, was required reading in the paleontology course of Professor Glenn Jepson, H.H. Hess, chairman of the Department of Geology, later Geophysics, told me that he knew Earth in Upheaval by heart. He debated it with me at the first open meeting of Cosmos and Chronos, which he founded on the campus of Princeton University in January 1965 for study and discussion of my work. Such groups sprang up on other campuses too. Today, the groups studying in the physical and geophysical fields find a center in Cosmos and Chronos physical sciences. I said I would not revoke anything from the original, it's hard to make that word out, there, that's a little better, edition of 1955. However, to one section I would like to make some pertinent remarks. By the 1950s, the hypothesis, 1920, of A. Wagner about drifting continents gained an acceptance for the advancement of science. A roll call showed equal numbers of supporters and opponents. In the later 60s, the trend took a dramatic turn. The ever unsatisfactory part of the hypothesis, the nature of the force that causes the continents to drift, and unequal attraction of the moon on various latitudes, Wagner, and periodical radioactive heating of the interior of the Earth, du Toit, was tackled anew, and in some unintended way I had a part in it. Here is the story. The forum address before the graduate forum of Princeton University, printed as a supplement at the end of this book, was read on October 14, 1953. In it, I claimed that Jupiter, being a charged body, emits radio signals, and that Earth, being a charged body, possesses a magnetosphere, and further, that this magnetosphere reaches all the way to the lunar orbit. All 3 claims were subsequently confirmed under dramatic circumstances and mark epochal detections. But under pressure of a campaign led by elite of the scientific community, I was barred for over 9 years from any contact with the student body. Well, that's just dirty, except when H.H. Hess had his say. A number of times following the publication of Earth in Upheaval, late in 1955, Hess invited me to speak to an audience of the professors and graduate students of his department.
My position on continental drift was, and is, intermediary between that of those who reject his concept, H. Jeffreys, the leading British geophysicist, and V.V. Belousov, the leading Russian geophysicist, never ceased to be its most outspoken opponents, and those who support the idea. I would therefore not recognize the outline of the present continents as everlasting features, only extended by the drift of continents. The moving force was there by inertia, and the displacement of the strata could continue at an ever-diminishing rate for centuries. The volcanic activity and earthquakes I described resulting from these very occurrences, and decreasing with time. Once a professor from the University of Rhodesia came to a lecture at the same auditorium where I usually offered my challenge, and told that this expedition found the magnetic remnant intensity of lavas in Somalia and Ethiopia 1,000-fold stronger than the terrestrial magnetic field. Half a Gauss could invest in these lavas when cooling below the Pierre Curie point. Further, he described that in Arabia, the magnetic remnant direction was found reversed from that of neighboring Somalia and Ethiopia on the African coast. Once more, I tease the audience. You have to turn around Arabia in relation to Africa. If you wish to explain the phenomenon by continental drift and the 1,000-fold strong magnetic remnants, you cannot explain even by rotating Arabia. One day, Hess showed me a design he was making of loops of magma traveling from the molten interior of the earth toward its crust. He wished to hear my opinion on such loops. As a source of energy for moving continents, I did not show appreciation of such loops, entirely hypothetical, actually figments of an imagination. For a while I did not know that Harry, we started to call each other by our given names, made his theory known. I knew of enthusiastic supporters of plate tectonics like J. Tuzo Wilson of Toronto, but only from Walter Sullivan's Continents in Molten, 1974, did I learn that Hess was the originator of the idea, and then I remembered these incidents. Paul Wesson of Cambridge University collected from scientific literature over 70 arguments against plate tectonics in drifting continents. I remain unswayed either by the enthusiasts or by their opponents, only by learning what happened to the Earth less than 4,000 years ago, of which we have an inexhaustible store of human testimony, a little of which is collected in Worlds in Collision, and another store of unexplained, but carry its own explanation, scenery from all latitudes and longitudes. May we arrive at the understanding which so many are still afraid to face. In Alaska.
Chapter 15, The Jupiter Order. When Thor, the Scandinavian Jupiter, went into battle and would grasp the handle of his terrible weapon, the thunderbolt or electric hammer, he was obliged to put on his iron gauntlets. He also wears a magical belt known as the Girdle of Strength, which, whenever girded about his person, greatly augments his celestial power. He rides upon a car drawn by 2 rams with silver bridles, and a wreath of stars encircles his awful brow. His chariot has a pointed iron pole, and the spark-scattering wheels continually roll over rumbling thunderclouds. He hurls his hammer with a resistless force against the frost giants,
whom he dissolves and annihilates when he repairs to the Erndhar fountain, where the gods meet in conclave to decide the destinies of humanity. He alone goes on foot, the rest of the deities being mounted. He walks for fear that in crossing Bifrost, the rainbow, the many-hued Aesir bridge, he might set it on fire with his thunder car, at the same time causing the Erdhar water to boil. Blavatsky. The numerous electrical aspects of the god are here apparent. Of electricity, Blavatsky calls him lightning, is handled by numerous gods in religion. But altogether these are insignificant compared with the references accorded Homer's Jupiter, the thunderbolter, alone. It is natural to see in this literature an exaggeration of ordinary lightning strokes. But we have already stressed in earlier chapters the cosmic role of lightning like discharges. When we see in the universe countless instances of stellar and interstellar binary currents produced by the discharge of accumulated electrical charges. Also, at any given time, there are several million electrical discharges in the photospheric region of the Sun, each about 1 or 2,000 kilometers long and lasting 10 minutes. Crude megalightning of hitherto unappreciated voltage has been observed by satellites in Earth's upper atmosphere, but has not been detected yet by ground observation. Terman. When legend reports the electrical activity of Jupiter, the god, it tells of the electronics of the planet Jupiter. Mountains are leveled or melted, sky monsters felled, citadels destroyed, the earth scorched, and armies sent fleeing. All the work of the king of the gods. Every lightning stroke to earth becomes a Theophany, as in lightning-obsessed Etruria, which gave the name Jupiter, Jove Patter, to the Romans. Sacred manifestations consecrate the cosmic bolt that were memorialized and discussed for thousands of years. The planets, following the interruption of the magnetic tube, were freed. Instead of wheeling with Jupiter, now the binary component, they orbited the Sun independently. Their motion close to the plane of the old binary, now the plane of the reconstituted solar system. In their free orbits, the planets avoided one another, and Jupiter, because of their electrical charges, which produced repulsive forces, when they came into proximity regularly, they passed through or close to the axis between Jupiter and the Sun. Then Jovian thunderbolts were experienced. These could be the now occasional visible discharges of the dying binary, catalyzed by the presence of a charged planet in the path of the discharge. More likely, there were locally generated discharges between the planet and its electrosphere, induced by the planet's voyage through the electrified region within the invisible arc discharge between Jupiter and the Sun. Either way, the planet was zapped by Jupiter as it came into opposition with the Sun. From the Earth, for the first time, humans might see the other planets swinging on their journeys around the Sun. Planet Jupiter, now viewed as ruler of the heavens, struggled to restore and maintain the arc connection to the Sun. For a time, the arc flared with occasional visible spurts, but mostly the electric connection was dark. It is in this era, possibly, that the existence of a counter-Earth was proposed, a dark body which obscured the celestial fire. See behind chapter 6. Jupiter is the most phallic of the great gods. The association of electrical stimulation, phallicism, and thunderbolting is strongly linked to the religious rites in vogue at the time of Jove. Sigler. Phallic worship is common among the Jupiter-type deities. The Amun temples in Egypt are liberally decorated with images of the Dephalic god Min, Shiva, the Hindu equivalent of Jupiter, emasculated himself when he realized that his creative ability had left him. The analogy of this legend with the end of the visible electric arc is plain. The golden age of Saturn contrasts both culturally and physically with the bright, harsh age of Jupiter. We must explain brighter skies, a worsened climate, a larger role for sporadic electrical phenomena, and certain striking astronomical movements of Jupiter's Olympian family. The Earth emerged from the magnetic tube following the Saturnian deluge, about 5700 BP, with its rotational axis forcibly relocated. While in the tube, it was constrained to maintain a magnetic axis along the tube's perimeter. Freed from the tube, the magnetic axis found a new alignment in the magnetic field induced by the apparent motion of a charged sun about the Earth. This magnetism, albeit weak, established a new rotational pole on the Earth close to, if not coincident, with the Earth's magnetic pole. See the point. A small tilt and a relatively diffuse plenum made the variations in such sunlight as was released very noticeable on the Earth. In the altered system, seasonal differences in the earlier era were minimal compared to variations in climate now existent on the Earth and during the year. We have already suggested that the first lines of Genesis move quickly and possibly in a confused way. From a Uranian beginning to the age of Saturn, similarly, second and different creation, which follows a few verses later without evident attempts to reconcile the two theories, begins in a Uranian setting of mist without rain. And before agriculture, man is made out of earth and placed in the luxuriant Garden of Eden in an innocent proto-human state of unabashed nudity and unself-consciousness. Man gave names to every creature and was given woman not of himself. The tree of life and knowledge, planted in the middle of the garden, and the four divided rivers of Eden are firm symbols of Saturn, corresponding to the electrical axis and the cross-sections of the Saturn disk. Talbot, page 120. The wily serpent that tempts Eve and Adam is the alter ego of the tree. The couple, eating the fruit of the tree upon the serpent's persuasion, became fully human, that is, possessed of self-awareness. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Genesis 3:7. Thus, they freed from the magnetic tube at a time of the deluge. The rotation of the magnetized Earth was brought into alignment with the weak magnetic field generated by the relative motion of the electrically charged Earth-Sun pair. From the Earth, the charged Sun is seen to flow in a loop around the Earth in 1 year, representing an electron current flowing counterclockwise along the ecliptic, as seen down on the North Pole. Such an electron current creates a magnetic field which enters the Earth at its north magnetic pole. This field parallels the Earth's magnetic field. The situation described here initially brought the Earth's magnetic and rotational poles together. The latter quantivolutions separated them again and tilted the Earth's rotational axis to the ecliptic. Also work, they feel conscience already, and the wrath of the deity for what they had already become, conscientious workers. He evicts them in axis, the winged lion-bodied gods of the Saturnian symbolism, and the twisting, flaming sword, the axis again in its more visible, sputtering phase. The Earth is now a drier, harsher habitat, where they had to wear skins rather than fig leaves,
It is the age of Jupiter and of Yahweh to come. The cosmic thunderbolts of Jupiter function in clear skies. There is a Jupiter pluvius of the rains, but this is either one of his many powers, for he is overlord of all, or it is reminiscent of his having played a role in provoking the Saturnian deluge. The skies are clear because the plenum has greatly diminished in density. The heavens are transparent and the stars are seen. A new ice age may now have begun, centered at the rotational poles. Fossil settlements of the extreme north have been uncovered and enjoyed a tropical flora. See Velikovsky, 1955, page 44. They probably date from the Saturnian age. The new ice will remain advancing and withdrawing on occasions between and during encounters with celestial bodies up to the present time. Today, we cannot yet deduce whether the ice caps are increasing or decreasing. Compare Kukla and Matthews with Gribben, A. Brown, 1976. Solar year under Jupiter may have had a succession of different lengths. First occurred the Saturnian year, to which we have assigned a 64-day duration. Well, that would explain why they could live to 1,000. Then it increased to 156 days when Jupiter receded. The Mayans possessed a 260-day sacred calendar that was central to their religious and cultural life, even while using a more modern and exact calendar. We attribute this sacred calendar to the Jupiter-Earth synods of this era, to the time before 4,400 years ago. At the Saturnian deluge, we suspect the Earth was around 96 gigameters from the Sun. It moved outwards constantly, after that to 107 gigameters, before the Mercury Apollo episode of 4400 BP, then to 127 gigameters. As a result of that encounter, in the course of these changes, Earth's axial tilt was altered again and again. See the Shell, 1963, causing glacial retreats and advances to the extreme latitudes at each period. The Apollo episode is most speculative, considering the traits of Apollo. Grazia, 1984, associated him with the asteroid belt. We see no reason to alter the finding now. After 4400 BP, Jupiter orbited within a space of the asteroid belt. We know today. Briefly, Apollo is a great god of the Greeks. His equivalent identities are obscure. He may be Horus of the Egyptians, unless Amun, Jupiter, and Horus are the same. He owns no planet in late ancient times. He is a physically remote god, and a god of plagues and remote missiles and war. He is young and a son of Jupiter. He is wise and was literally brilliant, shining Apollo. The envied reputation of Apollo as the shining, brilliant, Hellenic god of peace and civilization coincides with the idea that he was destroyed. He could not become even Deus Otiosus, thereby exposing the sad human experience, howbeit unconscious that the only good god is a dead god. I looked up Deus Odiosus, and it is idol god. It is conceivable that Apollo, a planet nearest to Jupiter in the second millennium of the Jovian age, was perturbed, then destroyed by Jupiter's thunderbolts. Apollo has solar attributes, which were in late classical times exaggerated, until he was often portrayed as the sun, a most unlikely identity. The shining of Apollo, as of his brothers, Hermes, Mercury, was most likely occasioned by flare-ups in close conjunction with Jupiter, prior to the outburst that destroyed the planet. Apollo, the god, often clashed with his father. To some, The asteroids look like bits of the residue of a large planet long ago exploded. The time of the asteroidal explosion is recent, Van Flander. Even under long time reckoning, it is very recent if placed in the context of the Greek legend. In this context, several events coincide and relate to the larger theory of Solaria Binaria. Apollo has a younger brother, mischievous Hermes, Mercury, who is a swift-winged messenger of Zeus, Jupiter, and the gods, who is connected with electricity, especially as Thoth in Egypt, the creator of illusions, mental problems, and is god of the thieves, travelers, and healing. He, too, becomes a great god, known to many, East Indians, Mexicans, Teutons, and others. Though Yahweh reflects Jupiter, he also has qualities of Thoth. Moses was probably a devotee of Thoth, and acts towards Yahweh as Hermes towards Zeus, DeGrazia, 1983. Astronomically, Mercury would have been next to Apollo, would have acquired atmosphere and debris from Apollo in the latter's outburst, then lost charge and would have been displaced as the Sun. In doing so, he would have passed by Earth and Moon, inflicting considerable damage upon both. The lobate scarps and shallowly scalloped cliffs that run for hundreds of kilometers across Mercury's face suggests shrinkage of this planet after formation. In contrast, Earth, Moon, and Mars seem to have expanded. In electrical terms, Mercury has lost charge, while the other three bodies have gained it, consistent with the orbit shifts proposed in this book. If indeed Apollo was destroyed, it must have been by Jupiter, which absorbed much of Apollo's material, so that a dearth of debris orbits in the space inside Jupiter's position today. Mercury seems to have escaped the full wrath of Jupiter. It was not destroyed, but it lost instead its superior orbit beyond the Earth and was flung much closer to the Sun. Like the Moon and Mars, it bears the marks of its devastation. Its surface is saturated with craters, strikingly similar in density of numbers to those on the Moon and Mars. Hammond. A discrete terminal episode of bombardment of catastrophic proportion has been proposed in an attempt to explain the similar surface destruction on these three astronomical bodies. Though some of these craters were caused by impacting bodies, especially during interplanetary encounters, they were in the main the result of the electrical bombardment. The thick clusters of craters found even in heavily cratered terrains bespeak genesis by electrical rather than heavy body impact. The crater lumps noted at the site of the lunar rays on the face of Mare Cognitum were the earliest for which a bombardment hypothesis would no longer avail. Yet, besides Jurgen's 1974, only Pickering has forwarded an electrical explanation for cratering. During changes in orbit, electrical transactions on an enhanced level are induced, unless a body is protected by an extensive atmosphere, and today none of these are. Surface damage will result whenever electrical currents flow to or from them. 2. If the transactions are of great density, even the presence of an atmosphere will not guarantee immunity. When Mercury moved inward past the Earth, it was severely damaged, both by its change in orbit and its direct transaction with the bodies it passed. Even Mercury's present orbit is a mystery. According to gravitational tidal theory, the planet's axial rotation should long ago have been locked to give Mercury
one hemisphere in perpetual daylight, the other in darkness. The discovery that Mercury rotates 3 times over 2 orbits of the Sun has evoked remarks like, "This is amazing, Asimov," and has led theoreticians to postulate that the planet has been in orbit in its present position for less than 600,000 years. Gold. The state of astronomical and geological time reckoning is such that 6,000 may be read in place of the longer time. Jupiter, like his father and grandfather, became a kind of deus atheosis, idol god, already majestic and less active in the Homeric wars of Troy. There was no longer a close presence. Philosophy and literature might usurp the regions of near space with abstract principles and metaphors. But among scientists today, Jupiter has suddenly recovered some of his legendary features. Astronomers for some time have considered this planet to be a dark star, nucleum, that it radiates considerably more energy than it receives as sunlight, has more recently led to speculation that it is a yet-to-be-born star. Both views keep alive Jupiter's stellar nature long after it has ceased to be visibly stellar. Today, the clouds above the surface of Jupiter are very cold, 150 Kelvin, yet the planet is very active. Electrically, Jupiter's magnetosphere is enormous. If it were optically visible, its size viewed from the vantage point of Earth's orbit would be comparable to the disk of the full moon. The ion and electron currents detected within the magnetosphere represent radiation levels which would be fatal to humans. The radio noises generated within this region are received at Earth as cosmic rays, mainly protons of Jovian origin. Jupiter is, so far, the most demonstrably electrical of the planets. Jupiter is like a miniature solar system, with its planet-sized Galilean satellites, its asteroid-sized satellite family, and its entourage of comets. Everywhere, the electrical imprint is there, and not always just by implication. The 3 inner Galilean satellites, Io, resembling Earth's moon in size, Europa, about 9/10 the size of the moon, and Ganymede, 8% larger than Mercury, orbit in 1-2-4 resonance. When any 2 meet on one side of Jupiter, the third is located oppositely behind Jupiter, or at quadrature to the pair. The resonance is seen less clearly in the motion of the 4th satellite, Castillo, slightly smaller than Mercury. The surface of each of these bodies is distinctive. See Smith. Io, seemingly, is close to being molten. It lacks craters, but shows over a dozen caldera-like scars, which were likened to active volcanoes when an eruption was observed during the flyby of Voyager 1 spacecraft, Morbido, an electrical flux tube through which a current of millions of amperes flows between Io and Jupiter, Stone and Lane, has been linked to Io's eruptions. The Voyager 1 spacecraft was aimed at this flux tube as it encountered Io. It missed the tube by 7 megameters in what was labeled a navigational error. But more properly, in our opinion, the cause of the miss was an electrical perturbation, here a repulsion of the spacecraft by the tube. The persistent connection by the flux tube between Jupiter and its satellite Io is one of the last sites of cosmic thunderbolting between solar system bodies. Discharges frequently pass between these 2 bodies has been known for several years, since the advent of the radio telescope. When strong radio bursts which correlate with Io's position about Jupiter were detected, then a passing spacecraft was located advantageously to photograph the flash of one of these discharges was happy happenstance. The glow was interpreted by some experts as evidence of volcanism, apparently to think that we have witnessed directly the fire of the gods. A cosmic discharge would seem to be too frightening. Jurgens, 1980. Jupiter discharges only to Io today, but its repertoire and gamut may have been more extensive not too many centuries ago. Photographs of Europa show it to have lobate scarps resembling those on Mercury, Smith. Perhaps Jupiter zapped it, causing it to shrink upon loss of charge. Castillo, the outermost of the four, is one of the most cratered objects in the solar system, likely the result of thunderbolts striking it. Ganymede, the second closest of the four, shows a banded surface, pocked with ancient craters, then overlaid with younger bright-rayed craters, which stand out prominently. Distinct electrical scars resembling the rayed craters of Earth's moon, also seen on Mercury, which Jurgens, 1974, ascribes to cathode behavior when interplanetary discharges occur. Additional description of Jupiter's electrical nature, especially as it affects the asteroids and comets, has been afforded by Milton, 1982. The present behavior of the dark remnant of Super Uranus is, in sum, fully in keeping with the pure electrical theory of the solar system and the historical reconstruction of Solaria Binaria. End of chapter. The next chapter will be chapter 16, Venus and Mars. I'm enjoying this book. I hope you are too. Oh yes, that was good. I enjoyed that. I like Solaria Binaria. Well, it's probably time to end this one. We're at 4.5 hours. I could probably do one more, just as long as I stay under 6. We'll go into another one.
Grouch said, Greg, if you read this before closing chapter 1, let's quickly mention chat with Neil and upcoming EU conference in Michigan.
I don't know if I told you before, but I gotta turn this down. Hold on. No, don't stop it, you dummy. We got an interview coming up with Neil Thompson from Electric View fame. We had a great chat tonight. And there's going to be an Electric Universe conference in Detroit in August. That's what I'm coming to understand. It's totally out of left field to me, it's right in my backyard. So far be it from me to miss it. I just wanted to let you know about that. You'll be hearing more about it as time goes on. Okay, I think we're going to end part 1 with this and get back onto part 2. I'll be out in a sec. How was that, Grouch? I like music. Makes all the difference in the world. This is chapter 2. In Alaska. To the north of Mount McKinley, the tallest mountain in North America, the Tanana River joins the Yukon. From the Tanana Valley and the valleys of its tributaries, gold is mined out of gravel and muck. This muck is frozen mass of animals and trees. F. Rainey of the University of Alaska described the scene. Wide cuts, often several miles in length and sometimes as much as 140 feet in depth, are now being sliced out along stream valleys tributary to the Tanana in the Fairbanks district. In order to reach gold-bearing gravel beds, an overburden of frozen silt or muck is removed with hydraulic giants. This muck contains enormous numbers of frozen bones of extinct animals, such as the mammoth, mastodon, super bison, and horse. These animals perished in rather recent times. Present estimates place their extinction at the end of the Ice Age or in early post-glacial times. The soil of Alaska covered their bodies together with those
Grouch
of
said,
animals
yes,
or
I heard
species
you.
still surviving. Under what conditions did this great slaughter take place, in which millions upon millions of animals were torn limb from limb and mingled with uprooted trees? F.C. Hibben, the University of New Mexico, writes, although the formation of the deposits of muck is not clear, there is ample evidence that at least portions
Grouch
of
said
this
you have a
material
good
were
audience.
deposited under catastrophic conditions.
Yes,
Animal
indeed.
remains are, for the most part, dismembered and disarticulated, even though some fragments yet retain, in their frozen state, portions of ligaments, skin, hair, and flesh. Twisted and torn trees are piled in splintered masses. At least
Grouch
4
said, "Can you hear
considerable
me?"
layers of volcanic ash may be traced in these deposits, although they are extremely
Yes, I can.
warped
So
and
can everybody
distorted.
else.
Could it be that a volcanic eruption
Grouch
killed
said,
the animal
okay.
population of Alaska? The streams
But I don't
carrying
mind at all.
down into the valleys and bodies of the slaughtered animals. A volcanic eruption
Grouch said,
would
okay.
have charred the trees, but would not have splintered them. If it killed animals, it would not have dismembered them. The presence of volcanic ash indicates that volcanic eruption did take place, and repeatedly, in 4 consecutive stages of the same epoch. It is also apparent
that the trees could have been uprooted and splintered only by hurricane or flood or a combination of both agencies. The animals could have been dismembered only by a stupendous wave that lifted and carried and smashed and tore and buried millions of bodies and millions of trees. Also, the area of the catastrophe was much greater than the action of a few volcanoes could have covered. Muck deposits like those in the Tanana River Valley are found in the lower reaches of the Yukon, in the western part of the peninsula. On the Koyukuk River that flows into the Yukon from the north, and on the Kuskokwim River that empties its waters into the Bering Sea, and at several places along the Arctic coast, and so may be considered to extend in greater or lesser thickness over all unglaciated areas of the northern peninsula. What could have caused the Arctic Sea and the Pacific Ocean to erupt and wash away forests with all their animal population and throw the entire mingled mass in great heaps scattered all over Alaska, the coast of which is longer than the Atlantic seaboard from Newfoundland to Florida? Was it not a tectonic revolution in the Earth's crust that also caused the volcanoes to erupt and to cover the peninsula with ashes? In various levels of the muck, stone artifacts were found, frozen in situ at great depths and in apparent association with the Ice Age fauna, which implies that men were contemporary with extinct animals in Alaska. Worked flints, characteristically shaped, called Yuma points, were repeatedly found in the Alaskan muck, 100 and more feet below the surface. One such spear point was found there between a lion's jaw and a mammoth's tusk. Similar weapons were used only a few generations ago by the Indians of the Athapascan tribe who camped in the upper Tanana Valley. It has also been suggested that even modern Eskimo points are remarkably Yuma-like, all of which indicates that the multitudes of torn animals and splintered forests date from a time not many thousands of years ago. The Ivory Islands. The Arctic coast of Siberia is cold, bleak, and inhospitable. The sea is passable for ships maneuvering between floating ice for 2 months of the year. From September to the middle of July, the ocean north of Siberia is fettered, an unbroken desert of ice. Polar winds sweep over the frozen tundras of Siberia, where no tree grows and the soil is never tilled. In this exploratory voyage on the ship Vega in 1878, Nils Adolf Erik Nordenskjöld, the first to traverse the northern seaway from one end to the other, traveled for weeks along the coast from Novaya Zemlya to Cape Shelagoskoy, 170 degrees 30 east, on the eastern extremity of Siberia, without seeing a single human being on the shore. Fossil tusks of the mammoth and extinct elephant were found in northern Siberia and brought southward to markets at a very early time, possibly in the days of Pliny. In the 1st century of the present era, the Chinese excelled in working delicate designs in the ivory, much of which they obtained from the north and from the days of the conquest of Siberia, by the Cossack Yermak under Ivan the Terrible until our own times. Trade in mammoth tusks has gone on. Northern Siberia provided more than half the world's supply of ivory, many piano keys and billiard balls being made from the fossil tusks of these mammoths. In 1797, the body of a mammoth with flesh, skin, and hair was found in northeastern Siberia, and since then bodies of other mammoths have been unearthed from the frozen ground in various parts of the region. The flesh had the appearance of freshly frozen beef. It was edible, and wolves and sled dogs fed on it without harm. The ground must have been frozen ever since the day they were entombed. Had it not been frozen, the bodies of the mammoths would have been putrefied in a single summer. but they remained unspoiled for some thousands of years. It is, therefore, absolutely necessary to believe that the bodies were frozen up immediately after the animals died, and were never once thawed until the day of their discovery. High in the north, above Siberia, 600 miles inside the polar circle in the Arctic Ocean, lie the Lyakov Islands. Lyakov was a hunter who, in the days of Catherine II, ventured to these islands and brought back the report that they abounded in mammoth bones. Such was the enormous quantity of mammoths' remains that it seemed that the island was actually composed of the bones and tusks of elephants, cemented together by icy sand. The New Siberian Islands, discovered in 1805 and 1806, as well as the islands of Stolbovoy and Belkov to the west, present the same picture. The soil of these desolate islands is absolutely packed full of the bones of elephants and rhinoceroses in astonishing numbers. These islands were full of mammoth bones, and the quantity of tusks and teeth of elephants and rhinoceroses found in the newly discovered island of New Siberia was perfectly amazing and surpassed anything which had yet been discovered. Did the animals come there over the ice, and for what purpose? On what food could they have lived? Not on the lichens of the Siberian tundras, covered by deep snow most of the year, and still less on the moss of the polar islands, which are frozen 10 months in the year. Mammoths, members of the Phorcarius elephant family, require huge quantities of vegetable food every day in the year. How could large herds of them have existed in a country like northeast Siberia, which is regarded as the coldest place in the world, and where there was no food for them? Mammoth tusks have been dredged in nets from the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, and after Arctic gales, the shores of the islands were strewn with tusks cast up by the billows. This is regarded as an indication that the bottom of the Arctic Ocean between the islands and the mainland was dry land in the days when mammoths roamed there. George Cuvier, the great French paleontologist, 1769 to 1832, thought that in a vast catastrophe of continental dimensions, the sea overwhelmed the land. The herds of mammoths perished, and in a second spasmodic movement, the sea rushed away, leaving the carcasses behind. The catastrophe must have been accompanied by a precipitous drop in temperature. The frost seized the dead bodies and saved them from decomposition. In some mammoths, when discovered, even the eyeballs were still preserved. Charles Darwin, who denied the occurrence of continental catastrophes in the past, in a letter to Sir Henry Haworth, admitted that the extinction of mammoths in Siberia was for him an insoluble problem. So he just decided to run away from it and ignore it. J.D. Dana, the leading American geologist of the second half of the last century, wrote, "The encasing in ice of huge elephants and the perfect preservation of the flesh shows that the cold finally became suddenly extreme, as of a single winter's night, and knew no relenting afterward. In the stomachs and between the teeth of the mammoths were found plants and grasses that do not grow now in northern Siberia. The contents of the stomachs have been carefully examined. They show the undigested food, leaves of trees, now found in southern Siberia, but a long way from the existing deposits of ivory. Microscopic examination of the skin showed red blood corpuscles, which was proof not only of a sudden death, but that the death was due to suffocation, either by gases or water, evidently the latter in this case. But the puzzle remained to account for the sudden freezing up of this large mass of flesh so as to preserve it for future ages. What could have caused a sudden change in the temperature of the region? Today, the country does not provide food for large quadrupeds. The soil is barren and produces only moss and fungi a few months in the year. At that time, the animals fed on plants, and not only mammoths pastured in northern Siberia and on the islands of the Arctic Ocean. On Kolonoy Island, neither trees nor shrubs nor bushes exist, and yet the bones of elephants, rhinoceroses, buffaloes, and horses are found in this icy wilderness in numbers which defy all calculation. When Hedenstrom and Sannikov discovered the New Siberian Islands in 1806, they found in the desolate wilderness of Polar Sea the remains of enormous petrified forests. These forests could be seen tens of miles away. The trunks of the trees in these ruins of ancient forests were partly standing upright and partly lying horizontally, buried in the frozen soil. Their extent was very great. Hedenstrom described them as follows. On the southern coast of New Siberia, we found the remarkable wood hills, piles of trunks. They are 30 fathoms, 180 feet high, and consist of horizontal strata and sandstone, alternating with strata of bituminous beams or trunks of trees. On ascending these hills, fossilized charcoal is everywhere, met with covered, apparently, with ashes. But on closer examination, this ash is also found to be a petrification, and so hard that it can be scarcely scraped off with a knife. Some trunks are fixed perpendicular to the sandstone, with broken ends. In 1829, the German scientist G.A. Ehrmann went to the Lyakov and the New Siberian Islands to measure there the magnetic field of the Earth. He described the soil as full of bones of elephants, rhinoceroses, and buffaloes. And the piles of wood, he wrote, in New Siberia Island, on the declivities facing the south, lie hills 250 or 300 feet high, formed of driftwood. The ancient origins, as well as of the fossil wood in the tundras, anterior to the history of the earth in its present state, strikes at once even the most uneducated hunters. Other hills on the same island and on Kalanoi, which lies further to the west, are heaped up to an equal height with skeletons of pachyderms, elephants, rhinoceroses, bisons, etc., which are cemented together by frozen sand as well as by strata and veins of ice. On the summit of the hills, the trunks of trees, lie flung upon one another in the wildest disorder, forced upright in spite of gravitation, and with their tops broken off or crushed, as if they had been thrown with great violence from the south on a bank, and there heaped up. It just seems like they were snapped like matchsticks. Eduard von Toll repeatedly visited the New Siberian Islands from 1885 to 1902, when he perished in the Arctic Ocean. He examined the wood hills and found them to consist of carbonized trunks of trees, with impressions of leaves and fruits. On Malloy, one of the group of Lyakov Islands, Toll found bones of mammoth and other animals together with the trunks of fossil trees, with leaves and cones. This striking discovery proves that in the days when the mammoths and rhinoceroses lived in northern Siberia, these desolate islands were covered with great forests and a bore of luxuriant vegetation. A hurricane apparently uprooted the trees of Siberia and flung them to the extreme north. Mountainous waves of the ocean piled them in huge hills, and some agent of bituminous nature transformed them into charcoal, either before or after they were deposited and cemented in drifted masses of sand, and became baked into sandstone. These petrified forests were swept from northern Siberia into the ocean, and together with bones of animals and drifted sand built the islands. It may be that not all the charred trees and the mammoths and other animals were destroyed and swept away in a single catastrophe. It is more probable that one huge cemetery of animals and trees came flying through the air on the crest of a retreating tidal wave, to settle astride another, older cemetery, deep in the polar circle. The scientists who explored the muck beds of Alaska have not reflected upon the similarity in appearance of animal remains there and in polar regions of Siberia and on Arctic islands, and have therefore not discussed a common cause. The exploration of the new Siberian islands, 1,000 miles away from Alaska, was the work of 18th and 19th century academicians who followed the hunters of fossil ivory. The exploration of Alaskan soil was the work of 20th century scientists who followed the gold-digging machines, of course. These two observations, one old and one new, came from the north, before presenting many more from all parts of the world. I shall review a few dominant theories on the history of our Earth and its animal kingdom. We shall read in brief, in the original statements of the authors, how the earlier naturalists explained the phenomena, how subsequently the same phenomena were interpreted in terms of slow evolution, and how in the last 80 years more and more facts have presented themselves that do not square with the picture of a peaceful world molded in a slow and uneventful process. End of chapter. Wonder, why is it that the mainstream scientists are so against Velikovsky getting any credit or having any say? And the only thing I can think of is that, first of all, he hasn't done anything not one of them couldn't have done. He has taken the mainstream sources that were there all along and just put them together and connected the dots. But Charles Ginenthal said something that stuck in my head, and I still remember it. He said that they would rather gouge their eyeballs out than admit he's right, and the only thing it could be is that he's so far ahead of his time that they just haven't been able to think on the same level, and that is sad. Chapter 2. Revolution. The erratic boulders. The waters of the ocean, in which our mountains had been formed, still covered a part of these Alps, when a violent paroxysm of the globe suddenly opened great cavities and ruptured many rocks. The waters were carried toward these abysses with extreme violence, falling from the height they were before. They crossed deep valleys and dragged immense quantities of earth, sand, and debris of all kinds of rocks. This mass, shoved along by the onrush of great waters, was left spread up the slopes, where we still see many scattered fragments. Thus did Horace Benedict de Saussure, foremost Swiss naturalist of the end of the 18th century, explain the presence of stones broken off from the Alps and carried to the Jura Mountains to the west. So also did he explain the marine remains found in alpine ridges and the sand, gravel, and clay that fill the valleys of the Alps and the plains beyond them. The loose rocks lying on the Jura Mountains were torn from the Alps. In their mineral composition they differ from the rock formations of the Jura, showing their alpine origin. Rocks that differ from the formations on which they lie are called erratic boulders. These stone blocks lie on the Jura Mountains at an elevation of 2,000 feet above Lake Geneva. Some of them are thousands of cubic feet in size, and Pierre Martin is over 10,000 cubic feet. They must have carried across the space now occupied by the lake and lifted to the height where they are found. These are erratic boulders in many places of the world. In the British Isles, on the shore, and in the highlands are enormous quantities of them, transported there across the North Sea from the mountains of Norway. Some force wrested them from those massifs, bore them over the entire expanse that separates Scandinavia from the British Isles, and set them down on the coast and on the hills. From Scandinavia, boulders were also carried to Germany and spread over that country, in some places so thickly that it seems as though they had been brought there by masons to build cities. Also, high in the Harz Mountains in central Germany
lie stones that originated in Norway. Wow, can you imagine that? I mean, we must be talking massive winds. From Finland, blocks of stone were swept to the Baltic regions and over Poland and lifted onto the Carpathians. Another train of boulders was fanned out from Finland, over the Valdai Hills, over the site of Moscow, and as far as the Don. In North Africa, erratic blocks, broken from granite of Canada and Labrador, were spread over Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Michigan, New York, Wisconsin, and Ohio. They perch on top of ridges and lie on slopes and deep in the valleys. They lie on the coastal plain and on the White Mountains and on the Berkshires, sometimes in an unbroken chain. In the Pocono Mountains, they balance precariously on the edge of crests. The attentive traveler through the woods wonders at the size of these rocks, brought there and abandoned sometime in the past, frighteningly piled up. Some erratics are enormous. The block near Conway, New Hampshire, is 90 by 40 by 38 feet and weighs about 10,000 tons, the load of a large cargo ship. Equally large is Mohegan Rock, which towers over the town of Vermontville in Connecticut. The great flat Erratic in Warren County, Ohio, weighs approximately 13,500 tons and covers 3/4 of an acre. The Ototoks Erratic, 30 miles south of Calgary, Alberta, consists of 2 pieces of quartzite derived from at least 50 miles to the west, of a calculated weight of over 18,000 tons. Blocks of 250 to 300 feet in circumference, however, are small when compared with the mass of chalkstone near Malmo in southern Sweden, which is 3 miles long, 1,000 feet wide, and from 100 to 200 feet in thickness, which has been transported an indefinite distance. It is quarried for commercial purposes. A similar transported slab of chalk is found on the eastern coast of England, upon which a village had unwittingly been built, in innumerable places on the surface of the earth, as well as on isolated islands in the Atlantic and Pacific, and in Antarctica lie rocks of foreign origin. As well as on isolated islands in the Atlantic and Pacific, and in Antarctica lie rocks of foreign origin, brought from afar by some great force, broken off from their parent mountain ridges and coastal cliffs. They were carried down dale and uphill and over land and sea. Sea and land changed places. The most renowned naturalist to come from the generation of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars was Georges Cuvier. He was the founder of vertebrate paleontology, or the science of fossil bones, and thus of the science of extinct animals, studying the finds made in the gypsum formation of the Montmartre in Paris, and those elsewhere in France and the European continent. In general, he came to the conclusion that in the midst of even the oldest strata of marine formations, there are other strata replete with animal or plant remains of terrestrial or freshwater forms, and that among the more recent strata, or those that are nearer the surface, there are also land animals buried under heaps of marine sediment. It has frequently happened that lands which have been laid dry have been again covered by waters, in consequence either of their being engulfed in the abyss, or of the sea having merely risen over them. These repeated interruptions and retreats of the sea have neither all been slow nor gradual. On the contrary, most of the catastrophes which have occasioned them have been sudden. And this is especially easy to be proven with regard to the last of these catastrophes, that which by the twofold motion has inundated and afterwards laid dry our present continents, or at least a part of the land which forms them at present day. The breaking to pieces, the raising up and overturning of the older strata of the earth leave no doubt upon the mind that when they have been reduced to the state in which we now see them by the action of sudden and violent causes, and even the force of the motions excited in the mass of waters is still attested by the heaps of debris and rounded pebbles which are in many places interposed between the solid strata. Life, therefore, has often been disturbed on this earth by terrific events.
Numberless living beings have been the victims of these catastrophes. Some, which inhabited the dry land, have been swallowed up by inundations. Others, which peopled the waters, have been laid dry, the bottom of the sea having been suddenly raised. Their very races have been extinguished forever, and have left no other memorial of their existence than some fragments which the naturalist can scarcely recognize. Cuvier was surprised to find that life has not always existed upon the globe, for there are deep strata which contain no vestiges of living beings. The sea without inhabitants would seem to have prepared materials for the mollusca and zoophytes, and when they appeared and populated the sea, they deposited their shells and built coral, at first in small numbers and eventually in vast formations. Cuvier believed that changes have operated in nature, not just since the appearance of life, for the land masses formed previous to that event also seemed to have experienced violent displacements. He found in the gypsum deposits in the suburbs of Paris marine limestone containing over 800 species of shells, all of them marine. Under this limestone there is another freshwater deposit formed of clay. Among the shells, all of the fresh water or land origin, there are also bones. But what is remarkable, the bones are those of reptiles and not mammals, crocodiles and tortoises. Much of France was once sea, then it was land, populated by land reptiles. Then it became sea again and was populated by marine animals. Then it was land again, inhabited by mammals. Then it was once more sea, and again land. Each stratum contains the evidence of its age in the bones and shells of animals that lived and propagated there at the time and were entombed in recurrent upheavals. And as it was on the site of Paris, so it was in other parts of France and in other countries of Europe. The strata of the earth disclose that the thread of operations is here broken. The march of nature is changed, and none of the agents which she now employs would have been sufficient for the production of her ancient works. That's his strongest point, isn't it? There's nothing that we know of today that could cause all that. Throwing boulders around and making land and sea trade places. And the evidence is in the strata, so science knows about it. They just choose not to do anything. They just ignore it. Obviously, knowing what we know, that it would take something extraterrestrial to do something like that. There's no doubt about it. Oh, Mother Nature can be sneaky. We have no evidence that the sea can now encrust those shells with a paste as compact as that of the marbles, the sandstones, or even the coarse limestone. In short, all now active causes united would not change, in an appreciable degree, the level of the sea, nor raise a single stratum above its surface. It has been asserted that the sea has undergone a general diminishing of level, admitting that there has been a gradual diminution of the waters, that the sea has transported solid matter in all directions, that the temperature of the globe is either diminishing or increasing. None of these cases could have overturned our strata. Enveloped in ice large animals, with their flesh and skin, laid dry marine animals, and lastly, destroyed numerous species, and even entire genera. Thus we repeat, it is in vain that we search among the powers which now act at the surface of the earth for causes sufficient to produce the revolutions and catastrophes, the traces of which are exhibited by its crust. But what could have caused these catastrophes? Cuvier reviewed the theories of the origin of the world current in his time, but found no answer to the question that preoccupied him. He did not know the cause of these vast cataclysms. He only knew that they had occurred. Many fruitless efforts had been made, and he felt that his search for the causes of the cataclysms was fruitless too. These ideas have haunted, I may almost say have tormented me during my researches among fossil bones. End of subchapter. The Caves of England. In 1823, William Buckland, professor of geology at the University of Oxford, published his Reliques diluviennes, Relics of the Flood, with the subtitle Observations on the Organic Remains Contained in Caves, Fissures, and Diluvial Gravel, and on other geological phenomena attesting to the action of the universal deluge. Buckland was one of the great authorities on geology of the first half of the 19th century. In a cave in Kirkdale in Yorkshire, 80 feet above the valley, under a floor covering of stalagmites, he found teeth and bones of elephants, rhinoceroses, hippopotami, horses, deer, tigers, the teeth of which were larger than those of the largest lion or Bengal tiger. Bears, wolves, hyenas, foxes, hares, rabbits, as well as bones of ravens, pigeons, larks, snipe, and ducks. Many of the animals had died before the first set, or milk teeth, had been shed. Certain scholars, prior to Buckland, had their own explanation for the provenance of elephant bones in the soil of England, and to them Buckland referred the idea, which long prevailed and was considered satisfactory by the antiquaries, archaeologists, of the last century, was that they were the remains of elephants imported by the Roman armies. This idea is also refuted, first by the anatomical facts of their belonging to an extinct species of genus. Second, by their being usually accompanied by the bones of rhinoceros and hippopotamus, animals which could never have been attached to the Roman armies. Thirdly, by their being found dispersed over Siberia and North America, in equal or even greater abundance than in those parts of Europe which were subjected to Roman power. It appeared that hippopotamus and reindeer and bison lived side by side at Kirkdale. Hippopotamus, reindeer, and mammoth pastured together at Brentford, near London. Reindeer and grizzly bear lived with the hippopotamus at Cefn in Wales. It could be Cefn. Lemming and reindeer bones were found together with bones of the cave lion and hyena at Bleeden in Somerset. Hippopotamus, bison, and musk sheep were found together with worked flint in the gravels of the Thames Valley. The remains of reindeer lay on the bones of mammoth and rhinoceros in the cave of Bécu in France. In the same red clay encased by the same stalagmites at Arcy, France, also in a cave, bones of the hippopotamus were found with bones of the reindeer, and with them a worked flint. According to the prophecy of Isaiah 11:6, in Messianic times to come, the lion and the calf would pasture together. But even prophetic vision has not conceived of a reindeer from snow-covered Lapland and a hippopotamus from the tropical Congo River living together on the British Isles or in France. Yet they did leave their bones in the same mud of the same caves, together with the bones of other animals in the strangest assortments. These animal bones were found in gravel and clay, to which Buckland gave the name Diluvian. Buckland was concerned to establish two important facts. First, that there has been a recent and general inundation of the globe, and second, that the animals whose remains were found interred in the wreck of that inundation were natives of high north latitudes. The presence of tropical animals in northern Europe cannot be solved by supposing them to migrate periodically. In the case of crocodiles and tortoises, extensive immigration is almost impossible, and not less so to such an unwieldy animal as the hippopotamus.
He was over 100 years old.
Water. But how could they live in the cold of northern Europe, Buckland says? It is equally difficult to imagine that they would have passed their winters in lakes and rivers frozen up with ice. If cold-blooded land animals are unable to hide themselves in the ground over the winter in icy climates, their blood would freeze solid. They lack the ability to regulate the temperature of their bodies. Like Cuvier, Buckland was nearly certain that if any change of climate has taken place, it took place suddenly. Of the time the catastrophe occurred, which covered with mud and pebbles the bones in the Kirkdale cave, Buckland wrote, "From the limited quantity of post-diluvian stalactite, as well as from the undecayed condition of the bones, one must deduce that the time elapsed since the introduction of the diluvial mud has not been of excessive length. The bones were not yet fossilized. Their organic matter was not yet replaced by minerals." Buckland thought that the time elapsed since the diluvial catastrophe could not have exceeded 5,000 or 6,000 years. The figure adopted also Deluc, Dolomieu, and Cuvier, each of which presented his own reasons. Then the illustrious geologist added these words: "What the cause was, whether a change in the inclination of the Earth's axis, or a near approach of a comet, or any other cause or combination of causes, purely astronomical, is a question the discussion of which is foreign to the object of the present memoir." End of subchapter. The aquatic graveyards. The old red sandstone is regarded as one of the oldest strata with signs of extinct life in it. No animal life higher than fish is found there. Whatever the age of this formation, it carries the testimony and a wonderful record of violent death falling at once, not on a few individuals, but on whole tribes. In the late 30s of the last century, Hugh Miller made the old red sandstone in Scotland the special subject of his investigations. He observed the earth had already become a vast sepulchre to a depth, the bed of the sea, equal to at least twice the height of Ben Nevis over its surface. Ben Nevis in the Grampian Mountains is the highest peak in Great Britain, 4,406 feet high. The stratum of the old red sandstone is twice as thick. This formation presents the spectacle of an upheaval, immobilized at a particular moment and petrified forever. Hugh Miller wrote, "The first period represented by the old sandstone seems, in what now forms the northern half of Scotland, to have opened in a similar manner. The vast space, which now includes Orkney and Loch Ness, Dingwall and Gamry, I hope I pronounced them right, and many 1,000 square miles besides, was the scene of a shallow ocean perplexed by powerful currents and agitated by waves. A vast stratum of water-rolled pebbles, varying in depth from 100 feet to 100 yards, remains in 1,000 different localities, to testify of the disturbing agencies of this time of commotion." Miller found that the hardest masses in the stratum peripheries of vitreous fracture that cut glass as rapidly as flint, and masses of quartz that strike fire quite as profusely from steel, are yet polished and ground down into bullet-like forms, and yet it is surely difficult to conceive how the bottom of any sea should have been so violently and so equally agitated for so greatly extended a space, and for a period so prolonged that the entire area should have come to be covered with a stratum of rolled pebbles of almost every variety of ancient rock, 15 stories height and thickness. In the red sandstone, an abundant aquatic fauna is embedded. The animals are in disturbed positions. At the period of the past when these formations were composed, some terrible catastrophe involved in sudden destruction the fish of an area at least 100 miles from boundary to boundary, perhaps much more. The same platform in Orkney as at Cromarty is strewn thick with remains which exhibit unequivocally the marks of violent death. The figures are contorted, contracted, curved. The tails, in many instances, is bent around to the head. The spines stick out. The fins are spread to the full, as in fish that die in convulsions. The Batyrakes shows its arms extended at their stiffest angle, as if prepared for an enemy. The attitudes of all of the Ichthyolites, any fossil fish, on this platform are attitudes of fear, anger, and pain. The remains, too, appear to have suffered nothing from the after attacks of predaceous fishes. None such seem to have survived. The record is one of destruction at once widely spread and total. What agency of destruction could have accounted for innumerable existences of an area perhaps 10,000 square miles in extent being annihilated at once? Conjecture lacks footing in grappling with the enigma, and expatiates in uncertainty over all known phenomena of death, wrote Miller. The ravages of no disease, however virulent, could explain some of the phenomena of this arena of death. Rarely does disease fall equally on many different genera at once, and never does it strike with instantaneous suddenness. Yet, in the ruins of this platform, from 10 to 12 district genera and many species were involved, and so suddenly did the agency perform its work that its victims were fixed in their first attitude of surprise and terror. The area of the old red sandstone, investigated by Miller, comprises one half of Scotland, from Loch Ness to the land's northern extremity and beyond, to the Orkney Islands in the north. 1,000 different localities disclose the same scene of destruction. An identical picture can be found in many other places all around the world, in similar and dissimilar formations. Of Monte Bolca, near Verona in northern Italy, Buckland wrote, "The circumstances under which the fossil fishes are found at Monte Bolca seem to indicate that they perish suddenly. The skeletons of these fish lie parallel to the laminae of the strata of the calcareous slate. They are always entire and closely packed on one another. All these fishes must have died suddenly and have been speedily buried in the calcareous sediment. Then, in the course of deposition, from the fact that certain individuals have ever preserved traces of color upon their skin, we are certain that they were entombed before decomposition of their soft parts had taken place." The same author wrote about the fish deposits in the area of the Harz Mountains in Germany. Another celebrated deposit of fossil fishes is that of the califerous slate surrounding the Harz. Many of the fishes of this slate at Mansfield, Eisleben, etc., have a distorted attitude, which has often been assigned to wreathing and agonies of death. As these fossil fishes maintain the attitude of a rigid stage immediately succeeding death, it follows that they were buried before putrefaction had commenced, and apparently in the same bituminous mud, the influx of which had caused their destruction. The story of agony and sudden death and immediate encasing is told by the red sandstone of Scotland, the limestone of Monte Bolca in Lombardy, the bituminous slate in Mansfield in Thuringia, and also by the coal formation of Saarbrücken on the Saar. The most celebrated deposits of fossil fishes in Europe, the calcareous slate of Solenhofen, the blue slate of Glarus, and the marl stone of Ossigen, Switzerland, and of Aix-en-Provence, to mention only a few of the better-known sites In North America, similar strata, packed full of splendidly preserved fishes, are found in the black limestone of Ohio and Michigan. And in the Green River bed of Arizona. I wish you would have said what city in Michigan. The diatom beds of Lompoc, California, and in many other formations. In cataclysms of early ages, fishes died in agony. And the sand and the gravel of the upthrust sea bottom covered the aquatic graveyards. Well, this is where we're going to end part 1. Right here. And it'll just, in 5 minutes, be up with part 2. And we will continue. Haha. It's a Saturday night marathon. We're going to park it right here. I can't edit if it's over 6 hours. So let's just... we'll just put an end to this one.